my coffee. So we just can't do anything without it. We've got quorum now, so we'd like to get going. I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. Other individuals and the media may also be audibly or visually recording this meeting. And just to let everyone know, if you have anything electronic that may go off and annoy me, please put it to silent. And once in a while you'll see my colleagues going into the back room for refreshments or nature calls. That means they can still hear what's going on in here. It's not that they've left the room and left the proceedings. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
We have two delegation requests. One is from the Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting item 5.7, which is Grays Road. I believe it will be Viv Saunders attending. Delegation request also from Catherine Hughes and Celeste Licorice respecting item 6.2, the Community Gardens and Urban Farms. And also on the agenda you have under motions the Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 14009, which was referred from the September 3rd meeting. We're going to be removing that from the agenda because we've just brought forward the report as a revised report, and that'll be under 8.1, so you do have that in your yellow package.
So to be clear, the 8.1 is in the yellow package right now, correct? Thank you. May I have sorry? You're going to have to speak up, please.
There's no 9.1, it's becoming
There is no 9.1, it's
So
in
we're
the form
deleting
of
that?
8.1.
Yes.
Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, through you to Madam Clerk, is the 8.1 that is here in the yellow package different from the one that was emailed around to us?
No, not the one that was emailed. That's the
Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda as amended? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Thank you. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, may I have approval of the minutes of the previous meeting on September the 3rd, 2014? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favour? Thank you. We have a delegation from the Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting item 5.7560 Grays Road. May I have a motion to approve the delegation request to speak to item 5.7? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favour? Thank you. Delegation request from Catherine Hughes and Celeste Licorice. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your names properly. Respecting item 6.2 CI 14E Community Gardens and Urban Farms. May I have a motion to approve that delegation request to speak to item 6.2? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Thank you. We're going to go through the consent items, please. The first 5.1 is the amendment to the site alteration bylaw 03126 as amended, and further bylaw number 13-206. May I have a motion to approve 5.1, please? Councillor Pearson, I need a seconder, please. Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Thank you. Now we have 5.2, City of Hamilton's response to the resolution of the Township of Muskoka Lakes to correct errors in the land titles electronic registry system, outstanding business list. 5.2, Councillor Partridge, I need a seconder. Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Thank you. 5.3, Committee of Adjustment Minor Variance Application. This is for 93 Head Street, Dundas, supported by the Planning and Economic Development Department, but denied by the Committee of Adjustment. May I have a motion to approve item 5.3? Councillor Pearson.
Madam Chair, there's three options if I'm correct, and I'm assuming we're to pick an option. I would move option 3, that Council may decide to not send legal services to Ontario Municipal Board either in support of the Committee's decision or against it.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. That's seconded. Does staff have any comments on 5.3?
Sorry, it's option 3.
Thank you. All those in favor of 5.3 and option 3? Thank you. 5.4, 1175 Main Street East in Hamilton. This is Memorial School, and 801 Dunsmuir Road in Hamilton. This is the W.H. Ballard Public School under the Ontario Heritage Act. This is in wards 3 and 4. Move it, Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. We have 5.5. There's been a request at this point for 5.5 to move it to 6.11 if there are anyone here in the audience wishing to speak to 5.5. Is there anyone here to speak to 5.5? This is the street naming housekeeping amendments for Thornwood Drive, portion of Claudette Gate, portion of Shedmack Drive, and portion of Highway number 5, portion of Highbury Drive, portion of Ipswich in Ancaster, Flamborough, Hamilton, Stony Creek. This is wards 4, 8, 9, 12, and 14. Is there anyone here to speak on that item? Seeing none, then we'll keep it as a consent item. So moved. Councillor Partridge, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Thank you. 5.6, terms of reference for review of the heritage designation process and delegated authority to consent to heritage permits under the Ontario Heritage Act. May I have a motion to approve 5.6, please? Councillor Farr, Councillor Partridge, all those in favor? Thank you. 5.7, this is the appeals to the OMB on the City of Hamilton's refusal or neglect to adopt amendments to the City of Hamilton official plan and zoning bylaw number 6593 and the City of Stony Creek official plan zoning bylaw number 3692-92 for lands located at 560 Grays Road. Please remember, committee, this is an OMB hearing, and we've approved that Viv Saunders can come down and speak to this. So I'd like to call on Ms. Saunders now, please. And just to remind everyone, this is not a public meeting, so you have 5 minutes, Viv. And if you can just say your name and that would be one.
Hello.
There you are.
Thank you. My name is Viv Saunders. Nice to meet you. I'm here this morning to speak on behalf of the Lakewood Beach Community Council regarding the OMB at 560 Grays Road. We are not here to support or oppose this rezoning. We are here because this appeal has circumvented any public participation from the planning process. By providing direction to staff, you can choose to bring it back. We note that in the past, the norm has been to include willing associations as participants. However, we are requesting party status. Participant status is the basic first level of community engagement and is passive participation. Okay, now I can breathe, sorry. Party status is a higher level and is viewed as truly engaging citizens. Party status is in keeping with the direction that the City of Hamilton is already undertaking with the formation of a diverse engagement committee and will reaffirm your support that you share in the vision of improving engagement in Hamilton. Being named as a party to this appeal will allow us the ability to work together with staff to guide this development to help ensure it provides for the safety of both current and potential citizens who live in our neighborhood. By having our community work with staff, we believe we can effectively contribute to the achievements of Hamilton's vision. We have high-quality citizens living in our community who can potentially bring a diverse skill set to this process. We have professional engineers, civil engineers, developers, and other well-educated individuals who have helped guide development within our community, our city, and even our province. These individuals bring a wealth of experience that complements the strengths already available within City Hall and will potentially save the city time and money. Our concerns are primarily safety and infrastructure. Concerns we're sure you can agree are top priorities in guiding development. We respectfully request that you provide direction to staff to have our neighborhood association, the Lakewood Beach Community Council, added as a party to the OMB proceedings. By doing this, this council affirms that the democratic process is being promoted and adhered to, and the spirit of community engagement is being nurtured. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Viv. Appreciate that. Any questions for the presenter? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Viv. Appreciate that. Councillor Pearson.
Madam Chair, yes, thank you, and I want to thank Viv Saunders also for coming forward. And if I could, through you to staff, could they please advise the status and the request that's been made today, what the process would be?
Thank you. Mr. Robichaud.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the Board Councillor. The application was recently being appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board. At this point in time, no hearings have been set up, to the best of my knowledge, relating to this file at the Ontario Municipal Board hearing. With respect to the speaker's request to be added as a party or a participant to the hearing, that would be a matter that the Ontario Municipal Board would deal with, so they would be required to attend the hearing and make that request at that point in time. Generally, the city does not challenge or question when third parties appear at those hearings and asking for that status.
Madam Chair, so it would be up to the residents to make sure when this hearing is scheduled, because I don't know how long our OMB hearing's out now as far as timelines.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Depending on the board's availability, if there's a determination that a pre-hearing is needed, often that gets scheduled within 3 to 6 months of the appeal, and then depending on the number of days to actually deal with the actual appeal, that's the scheduling of the board for 5 or 10-day hearings. That often the board availability is very limited, so it may not be for even for a year before the actual hearing would happen, but there may be a series of pre-hearing conferences or meetings ahead of time dealing with the issues list, the first meeting in determining who's the party, participant status, and then moving through scoping the issues, and then the actual hearing if an agreement is not possible to be reached between the city, the applicant, and any third parties that are participating in the hearing process.
Councillor Collins?
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And it's always a disappointment when the developer skirts the public process and goes right to the board, because we're in the unenviable position of certainly having to make a decision without all the information in front of us, including the public's comments. And so I want to address the issues list that Steve just referenced. I'm not certainly supportive of what's in front of us here, and I'm not interested in going to the board with simply a statement that says it's an incomplete application. So I would like to maybe direct staff to, in consultation with the ward councillors in the new term, to host an open house or a public meeting to solicit that feedback, to present the plan that's presented here, almost go through a shadow process that we would have been through here in this open forum. However, as you know, as I stated, the developer has sort of pulled a fast one on us in that regard and has gone right to the board. And so I think they understand full well that this will be a contentious issue in the neighborhood. But I think it's incumbent upon us to ensure that the process remains relatively the same, understanding that it's a little bit different with the move that they've taken now to the OMB. So I would move at the appropriate time to attach to the information report that staff be directed to hold a public consultation process in consultation with both ward councillors. This development largely falls in Councillor Pearson's area. However, a portion of it is included in Ward 5. So if you could come back to me for that amendment at the appropriate time, and that would give us the opportunity certainly to understand fully from the neighbors what concerns they have with this application and what kind of development they'd like to see in the absence of something like this coming forward.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank Councillor Collins for raising that opportunity and going back to him to move that motion, because I too am very concerned when our residents do not have an opportunity to have a say in what's being developed in their community. I have a couple of these issues myself in Ward 15, and certainly, I think it is incumbent upon us to provide those opportunities for our residents to be able to have feedback, and hopefully that we'll be able to move forward with a development that they will be happy with. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And Councillor Partridge, if you could take the chair, I've got myself down for last.
Yeah, I've got it.
So in a nutshell, Steve, the developer took this to the OMB. Is it any authority on the City of Hamilton to pull that back, or is it now in the hands of the OMB and we have to stand back now and decide how we're going to participate?
Through you,
Steve?
Madam Chairman. The city has no authority in that sense, that the OMB is now the approval authority on this matter, and the city does not have, the developer would have to withdraw their appeal for non-decision in order for the file to return back to the City of Hamilton in terms of having carriage with the file. I just wanted to add a couple other comments. The report that before you is a council-initiated process to help alert the neighborhood to know when appeals for non-decision have been done. This is not normally done, but this is something that we put in place this term of council so that people were aware when these things were happening. And secondly, and following on some of the other comments, in the city's submission to the province on Planning Act reform that Anita Fabeck did earlier this year, we identified many of these issues in terms of the appeals for non-decision and circumventing the public participation process. So council has gone on record to the province in suggesting to make changes to the Planning Act to address these specific issues. And the province is looking at those sort of comments, and my understanding is that starting in the fall sometime they're going to be looking at changes to the Planning Act based on what they heard from the city and other municipalities, especially on this issue of appeals for non-decision and circumventing the public participation process. But as it stands right now, this file is completely within the domain of the OMB, so that's the city staff will be, depending on what the OMB decides in terms of timing and scheduling. But we can schedule work with the ward councillors to keep the community and the neighbourhood informed as this file moves forward and developing that issues list because at this point in time it's primarily around servicing, but we still have issues in terms of the principle of the land use, the density, and the form of development that have not been resolved.
Okay, thank you. Steve, Councillor?
Thank you, and that's into my next question as well. Ms. Saunders has stood in front of us and she spoke to it in a normal public hearing, a public meeting. The clerk would take the information down, her information down, so then if it was appealed or if it was the decision was made, then automatically whoever spoke would get notification. So can we ensure that that happens today, even though this was not a public meeting, that Ms. Saunders and the group gets notification as to the progress to this file, please?
Okay, Steve?
Madam Chairman, yes. As part of the OMB process, the appellant is also required to give notification when the OMB sets hearing dates, so that the appellants will get a letter saying that an OMB hearing has been scheduled. But we will put a note to the file to say, once we get alerted of the date, we will follow up with the Neighbourhood Association and Ms. Saunders to let them know when the hearing dates, the first hearing date is coming up, and then once they get on that OMB sort of hearing date list, then they get automatically notified going forward of future OMB hearings.
And thank you for, through you, Chair, thank you for reminding us that we did send the staff with some suggestions and recommendations for the Planning Act, and I believe one of them also was to increase that 120 metre radius. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Before you do that, would you please add Councillor Pearson to your list? Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments, and I do recall, and I'm glad that Steve clarified the process and the information as far as non-decisions. I did also want to ask, because this was circulated to the neighbourhood and comments did come in, and I'm just wondering, would part of that process be part of the presentation that staff may have at the OMB, or would that form some of the documentation going forward? Because I know the residents did send in comments.
Madam Chairman, that is correct. It's part of our public participation process. Upon receipt of an application, we send out a notice of complete application and requests for comments to all property owners within 120 metres. All submissions that are received form part of the public record that does get forward to the Ontario Municipal Board with the appeal package. So the OMB will have in their file everything that is in the City of Hamilton planning file, including the comments received from any property owners, residents, or interested parties relating to this matter.
Madam Chair, and that's excellent news that the residents can rest assured what has been sent in, because there was information that they provided with regards to concerns, etc., going back when the initial notification went out. So I'm glad that that will be part of it. At least the residents can rest assured their comments are being taken to heart going through with the city presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was remiss, I did not get a motion to receive Ms. Saunders' presentation, please. Can I, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favour? I'm coming back to Councillor Collins, please, for the amendment or the recommendation.
Yeah, the recommendation would be that staff, in consultation and cooperation with the two ward councillors, being directed to host an open house regarding the development of listed in 5.7 for the purposes of creating an issues list in preparation of the OMB trial.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Pearson, open house to get a list of issues from the neighbourhood. So all those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Now may I have a motion to receive 5.1 as amended? 5.7, sorry, as amended. It says 5.1 here. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Collins, all those in favour? Thank you. So now we're on to public hearings. We have 6.1 right now, please. This is the application for an amendment to the zoning bylaw 05200 for lands located at 950 and 956 South Service Road in Stony Creek, Ward 11. I'm going to turn the chair over to my colleague.
I've got it. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I would like to move the waive the staff presentation on this unless there are other concerns.
Okay, when I have we do have residents who want to speak to it, right?
Got the thing? You
Well,
go ahead.
Hang on. I'm not sure where we are. All right, let me come back up here.
Sorry, folks. When this is in my ward, I stepped in. And Councillor Partridge is wonderful enough to step in.
All right, so we're at 6.1, and I do have to read out 3 times here. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Ontario Municipal Board, there are reasonable grounds to do this. And this is to do with item 6.1, which is the application for an amendment to zoning bylaw 05-200 for lands located at 950 and 956 South Service Road. So 3 times I need to say this, ladies and gentlemen. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? And last time, are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? And seeing none, as no one has come forward, may I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor Pasuta, Councillor Johnson, all in favour, please. Carried. And may I have a motion to waive the staff presentation? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Collins, all in favour. Carried. And does the representative wish to speak at this time?
No, thank you. I'm satisfied with the staff report.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I do appreciate that. May I have a motion then to approve the recommendations? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson, all in favour? Carried. Carried, and that is it. Thank you. Back over. All right, we're moving on to 6.2 now, and I'll turn the chair back over to Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Councillor Partridge. So now we're on to 6.2. No, it's not. Oh, that's, you still have mine. God, it's like having a twin. 6.2, City Initiative 14-E, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Changes for the Urban Agricultural Community Gardens and Urban Farms in the Urban Area. This affects wards 1 to 13 and 15. First of all, we have correspondence from Kimberly McGibbon. May I have a motion, please, to receive that? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pasuta, all those in favour. Thank you. We're going to read this off again. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the OMB, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board, unless in the opinion of the Board there are reasonable grounds to do so. So as I believe we had one request to speak to this. Is there any other requests? I just want to get an idea of how many people will be speaking. Thank you. All right. Okay. So I understand we have a registered speakers guest. We have people in the audience that would like to speak with this. So I suggest we start with the staff presentation and then invite down the members of the public. So at this time, I would like to ask Joanne Hickey-Evans. Please come down forward for the staff presentation.
There we go. So, good morning, everyone. Committee members. I'm really excited that this initiative has actually come to fruition. It's a city-wide initiative for the urban area, and is introducing urban agriculture into the zoning bylaw and into the Urban Hamilton official plan. Urban agriculture is a generic term, and it encompasses the concepts of community gardens and urban farms. So for many of you who may know, community gardens have actually existed throughout the city for many, many years, and they're actually growing in importance. In terms of urban farming, it's a concept that has blossomed. And in particular, many of you may have heard about the McQueston Farm concept that arose out of the action plan for the McQueston neighbourhood. And their interest was to increase food access, in particular, healthy and fresh food into their community. So as part of the action plan, city staff worked with 2 graduate students from the University of Toronto, and they prepared an incredibly comprehensive paper on urban agriculture, both policies, planning, and the practices. So from there, staff went to senior management team and talked about the series of different urban agriculture initiatives underway, and one of them was dealing with the changes to the official plan and to the zoning bylaw. And today, I'm happy to present to you those changes that will help the urban farm get started and to give support to urban agriculture. So the purpose of the initiative is fivefold. Firstly, as you know, we have 7 zoning bylaws across the city and an official plan. We want to make sure that there's consistency between these bylaws, and we've done this in advance of the new comprehensive zoning bylaw because it affects a number of zones that currently exist in bylaw 05200. We want to establish 3 definitions for these uses, establish locations, and appropriate regulations. So there are 2 key zoning terms that are important to understand. One is the term accessory, and that means that an urban farm or community garden works in conjunction with another use that's on the property. And then a principal use. And that means that the use actually is either the community garden or the urban farm. So there's, as I said, 3 definitions to be added. Urban farm, and the farm and produce product stand, and I'll get to that in a moment, and community garden. I'm not going to go into the details of what it says, but what I can tell you is they both focus on the ability to grow food, vegetables, fruits, edible plants, etc. So what is the difference between the 2? Very simply, in an urban farm, you can sell the produce that you grow on site as long as it's a principal use. So as long as that's the main function of the land use, then you can sell the products, the produce and the products that may be derived. So perhaps jams or pickles, something like that. Whereas in a community garden, individual growers have plots, they grow the food, and then they either donate it or they use it for themselves. So when I talk about the sale of urban farm products, we've identified a farm, we call it farm produce or product stand, and it just identifies what can be sold and how large that stand could be in conjunction with the urban farm. Generally, the urban farming community gardens are permitted in many of the same places. Really where it starts to differentiate is the regulations that apply to them. Urban farms are generally, as a principal use, much larger than a community garden, and community gardens, for the most part, operate in conjunction with something else, along a utility corridor, as part of a housing project, part of an institutional use. So where we're looking at permitting these is in terms of the residential zones, institutional zones, both as a principal and accessory use, any of them. In terms of commercial zones, we would allow them in most areas, except for the areas, for many of you who may be familiar, called pedestrian predominant. And that's where we want the buildings to be at the front of the property. And so having an open space use fronting on the street line is not appropriate. However, that's not to say that they can't go there. Where they could be located is in the rear yard of the property or on the rooftops. We're trying to encourage urban agriculture in different forms. In parks and open space, again, in many of the zones except our natural heritage zones. Industrial zones, we're not promoting them in the industrial zones, and the reason is because in terms of our official plan, sensitive land uses, include crops. The other element that why we don't support it, we want that urban farms and community gardens become part of the neighborhood fabric. That's really one of the main intents, is so that people can walk there, perhaps drive distance, or in fact, even take public transit to get there. Finally, in the downtown zones, very similar to what I've talked about, the commercial mixed-use zones will allow them in many of the zones, but in some cases they will be restricted to the rooftops or in the backyards. I mean, there won't be too many backyards in the downtown, but the rooftops, there are opportunities to have rooftop gardens. A lot of the municipalities, when we were going through the urban agriculture report, is that you see them hoop houses on top of larger buildings. There were buildings in Calgary where it's a complete greenhouse on the top. So there are lots of different opportunities out there that we want to promote. And then the zoning bylaw contains a number of deferred development zones, which are basically holding zones for future uses, and urban agriculture and community gardens would be excellent for those areas. So now I'll focus on the urban farm in particular and the proposed regulations. As I talked about before, it's an accessory use and a principal use. Generally, what we're looking at for the principal use is on the larger lots of an acre in size, and McQueston Farm fits that model perfectly. We're looking at allowing a series of structures. We don't want to say how many, but we're simply saying, okay, all the buildings can't be greater than 230 meters squared, with no one building being greater than 140. So it allows the urban farm to take down or put up structures like greenhouses, hoop houses, cold frames, sheds to meet their needs, and it provides flexibility. One of the issues, though, is greenhouses. As many of you know, greenhouses, it's lit, and the impact of lighting on neighboring properties could be substantial, so we just suggest that 7.5 meter be a setback from all yards. 7.5 meters. As I mentioned about the farm produce stand, we're looking at having it about 18.5 square meters. That's a reasonable size, and given the urban area, that is very reasonable. It's very similar to what we do in the rural area, where we allow on-site sales as well. We would like that all the equipment be stored inside, so that if you have some mechanical equipment, they're not just sitting out on the property itself. With respect to an urban farm on a principal lot of less than an acre, we allow that, but what we're saying is no on-site sales and no structures. So you could farm as much as you would like. You just can't take that product, sell it on your site. That doesn't mean that you can't take your product and go to a local farmer's market and sell it there. So community gardens, there aren't too many regulations because it's a very small, innocuous use. The only thing that we are regulating is that any accessory structure follow the rules of that zone in which it's located. And lastly, that again, all equipment be stored inside. So the recommendations in summary is to amend the official plan, the Urban Hamilton official plan in particular, and the 7 bylaws to define urban farm, community garden, and farm produce and product stand. Permit urban farming community gardens as both accessory and principal uses in all residential institutional zones, in most of the commercial mixed-use zones, except for the areas where we want buildings to be brought to the front lot line. But then again, there are opportunities then to put it on the roof or in the rear yard if you have one. Most of the parks and open space zones, and some of the downtown and deferred zones. We want to establish regulations for urban farms in particular as a principal use, to allow them to have a number of different structures so that it's more than just one growing season. They don't have to just do in the summer. It could be the fall, and if they get going, perhaps even through the winter and spring as well. And then there are setbacks, and the purpose is to provide some flexibility, but at the same time, watching out for neighborhood impacts, should there be any. Finally, urban agriculture is up and coming. We're one of the few municipalities in Canada that's actually gone this far in terms of zoning bylaw changes to date. When we direct these uses to appropriate locations, We are implementing the official plan in terms of our sensitive land uses and our built form policies that exist. We are balancing the impacts of urban farms potentially with any neighborhood impacts. We're trying to integrate them into the community. And the OPA and the zoning bylaw changes are conformed to and are consistent with provincial policy. So this concludes my presentation.
Any questions for Joanne? I have some. Councillor Pearson?
Should we ask questions now, or do we not have speakers that want to speak on this?
I would like you to ask them now if you can,
Okay,
because
sure.
if Joanne's got the PowerPoint in front of her, she can refer to it if possible.
Thank
Should you
you,
still
Madam.
ask after as well?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And it might answer some of the questions some of the presenters
Right.
may have. Thank you, Joanne. Appreciate that. Will we be able to get a copy of this presentation? Because I don't think I asked Vanessa. That's what I was whispering, if we had it available. So I would have made my notes on the pages. But
Sure, I put it on the S drive. I'm not sure where.
Okay, that's fine.
It came to.
So a couple of questions. I just want to be sure. Going back, you mentioned the first recommendation is the approval for the urban. Go back to the very
will
first.
figure that one
Okay.
That one?
Okay, to permit the urban farm and community gardens. And the next one, is it the next slide that determines that 1 acre in size?
There, yes.
Right, okay, I just want to be sure, and I appreciate that, because unfortunately or fortunately, we have areas in my ward that have large lots, and I just can see this being an impact if it's not that size. So you have the availability of somewhere to park, you have, because if you're asking people to come there, there's going to be issues of parking and people coming up, etc., in a residential zone. So being that size is good. I want to be sure of that. The other couple of questions I wanted to ask is, first off, in 369292, Stony Creek's bylaw, under comprehensive zoning bylaw, are you aware that there is a stipulation that no greenhouses are allowed in the residential zone? So that has to be changed. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, yes, there is that regulation, and I believe that was incorporated into the zoning bylaw. It was a notwithstanding, though, for very specific requirements. Because the greenhouses are now permitted in the industrial zones, but I think in the bylaw, we did the notwithstanding to deal with that. I will check that for sure, but yeah.
Specifically,
It says
I know
no
we dealt with
greenhouses.
it in 92, that it was put in that no greenhouses were allowed in the residential zones in Stony Creek. So you may want to check that. Also, I'm wanting to ask is with regards to the structures now, rooftop greenhouses, that's great. Will there be requirements under the building department for building permit or issues with regards to stability of the structures when people go ahead and do this?
I would suggest that
Maybe
maybe
through the
Ed
Madam Chair to Mr.
Ed
Vanderwyn.
Vanderwyn would be the more appropriate person.
Morning, Ed.
Good morning. Through the chair to the councillor, you're asking buildings that are on buildings, like greenhouses on top rooftops?
Correct.
They become part of the building, it will require the permits and inspections. That's correct.
Thank you. And that would also cover off with regards to hoop houses going up on top of buildings and stability, security, etc.
Very much the same.
Thank you. Just wanted to be sure of that. And I think that's answered all my questions this time. Thank you. Thank you.
You were next on my list, but I thought Councillor Partridge wanted one.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Joanne, thanks for the presentation. I too would like to have a copy of it, so I could have made notes, but time. Talk about for the urban farm and selling produce, having a stand there. If they don't grow the produce there, can they still buy in and sell it again? Or is that going to be part of the stipulation? They can't bring in produce to sell?
Through you, Madam Chairman, no, it has to be the produce grown on site. You cannot import from somewhere else.
Okay, and we're talking about greenhouses, and then, I mean, people are going to get excited about the opportunity to go ahead with greenhouses, but there's a whole lot of other implications as far as power and obtaining water for irrigation and all that. Is that going to be an issue down the road trying to get through this for this project? Do you have any idea?
Through you, Madam Chairman, McQueston Farm they have a whole business plan, and they will be dealing with the issue. They do have access to water. That I know, and I am sure that they have access to electricity. Other farms, I can't tell you right now because there hasn't been anything specific coming forward that I know. The only other person is community services may know the answer if there are any additional ones. The only one I definitely know is about McQueston at this point.
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair, something Councillor Pearson picked up on the rooftop gardens, and Ed answered the question, but through you to Ed then. So Ed, they apply and get a permit and you have an inspection, but through the application for the permit, they'd have to have the engineer come in and assess the building and all of that. It'd be the complete process.
Through the chair to the councillor, any portion that's added to a building will require the relevant review. So if the additional structure requires additional wind loading or height requirements, they'll all be reviewed with an engineer's certificate. That's correct.
So pretty thorough review before they could even proceed with that. Because, of course, we know the weight of material on top of there, and it holds water and increases the weight. So, okay, on that. And I think this is a great idea moving forward on something like this. There's a lot of unknowns, I believe, right now as we move forward. And it's a great teaching tool, and it's good. In fact, in Councillor Marilla's award there in McQueston, been involved in that a little bit, and last year we did some soil samples. I did some soil samples, sent that in, and actually the soil there is really good soil, and the content of it should grow some good garden products. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I have myself down. Councillor Partridge, if you could take the chair, please.
Yep, I got it.
The first thing I did when I was reading this, Joanne, was aside from the rooftop gardens, and I appreciate the fact that there has to be a building code in place, why are we getting involved? Why are we regulating something that people have been doing for a long, long time?
Through you, Madam Chairman, there's only elements that they could do for a long, long time. The urban farm, in terms of zoning bylaw 05200, was not a permitted use. So that is exactly why we're getting involved with it. Otherwise, we would have let it go. We had to deal with the issue of agriculture. It was an undefined term. In terms of the urban farm, they wanted to grow. They wanted to do things that were different than what a residential area entails, particularly when you're talking about selling products on site. Residential areas residential uses, I should be more specific, you can't sell retail. So they weren't able to do it. Areas where the use is accessory, that's fine, it can continue. We're just making sure that there's different terminology because they are different uses. Urban farming is new, community gardens has existed for many, many years.
Right.
But you need to define them to differentiate them.
Okay, so I'm going to play the devil's advocate right now through you, Chair. Retail use is not allowed, but we have garage sales, we have lemonade stands, we have all kinds of retail throughout our residential areas, and we don't regulate that. So here we have somebody who's growing a garden out the back, and they want to make jam and put it out front and put it on a temporary table, put a sign out front. That, in my opinion, has never been an issue up to now. So why is it becoming an issue now?
Joanne?
Because the potential for the urban farm is that they can sell 7 days a week. Not obviously 7 days a week likely in the winter, but they could sell 7 days a week.
Okay.
There are impacts in terms of retail uses. When we did our investigation, most of them are American cities, is that they differentiated retail sales as one component out of community gardens. That is an impact, and that's a potential. It may be a short-term impact, but generally garage sales don't go 7 days a week. They happen just a couple of days a week, but during the growing season, they may want to do that. The other thing is that in terms of the urban farm, it's looked at as a social enterprise as well. So it's teaching them a number of different elements about growing food, producing food, learning what to do with the food, selling, being a farmer, gardener, whatever you'd like to say. So that is why we are looking at it. And we want to make sure that there are no issues on a go-forward basis.
Okay, thank you for that. And prior to in my former life, the farmer, Councillor Murray Ferguson and I were working on raised garden beds in the industrial zone on brownfields that were not being utilized, but if we could rent them from, we have a lot of empty parking lots down here. So we were coming up with the idea that we could raise the garden beds, so that eliminated the contamination issues, and we could just bring the soil in, put them on raised beds, put them up, and then we could have community gardens. I noticed in here that industrial use is the only zone, other than P5 or 6, is the only zone we do not allow community gardens. If they're on raised beds, what's the issue?
In terms of what is defined by MOE, I know this is going to sound really, really odd to you, but a sensitive land use includes cropping, and we spent a lot of time in the rural area dealing with the issue of cropping and sensitive land uses. And so also there's more contamination, and so based on the OP, sensitive land uses, we are not introducing sensitive land uses into the industrial area. That's not to say that if somebody didn't come forward and say, oh yeah, perhaps I'd like to operate an urban farm, and then they can make a case for it, but the official plan is very, very clear about sensitive land uses.
Okay, and probably the question that popped into my mind immediately through you, Chair, was we have a lot of homes that are butting onto industrial use property. So chances are contamination, if there is any, is now spread into their backyards. But theoretically, because they're residential, we're allowing them to have a garden out the back and sell that produce from out front. But we can't put raised beds next door, which in my opinion would probably be a little safer. So why could we even entertain that?
Through you, Madam Chair, in terms of individual property owners cannot sell their products. They can't. So firstly, if you have a little garden in the back of your house and you grow squash or whatever, you cannot sell that product. That
Theoretically.
Theoretically.
Right.
Number two, we can't tell people specifically what they can and can't grow on their lot when it's accessory to. They're doing it for their own use. It's not a community garden where you invite a number of different people in to actually grow on that lot, and it's not an urban farm. So we can't control that even with any regulation that we have. So if that's occurring, which it likely is, that's not something we can deal with.
Okay, so anybody who's grown zucchini knows that you do sell a lot of it. Okay, so having said that, and with the raised gardens, this is strictly growing. This is not livestock. This is not animal-oriented whatsoever. I just want to get that on the table, correct?
Through you, Madam Chairman, absolutely, and no chickens.
No chickens. Ouch. And the other issue that I had when I was reading this was that we're allowing buildings. But I'm seeing greenhouses, I'm seeing sheds, I'm seeing hoop houses. That tells me that we're looking at temporary. Are we looking at permanent structures to be allowed within these the garden zones?
Through you, Madam Chairman, in terms of the urban farm as a principal use, those structures, we don't say whether they're permanent or temporary. What I'm saying is temporary is that you can easily move some cold frames around, or you can add, so we don't differentiate that. There are people who have tiny greenhouses in their backyard. We're not intending on regulating that at all because, again, they're not selling the produce. They're not coming together as a group in a community garden.
Okay.
So we're not regulating that.
So my question is, we've got 280 square meters of floor space that we will allow to happen, whether it be temporary or not. What is the average size of a residential garage?
Oh.
Is this bigger than a residential garage? And the reason for that, Chair, is out in my ward, and I don't know if the other councillors are experiencing this, but people come in oftentimes to create something on their property under the bylaw use, and it turns out the use of that extra big building becomes something totally different, and now we have bylaw involved. So that creates a lot of work for our building department, a lot of work for Marty Hazel's group. So I just want to be clear on the size of the building that's allowed. It's only for the urban gardens. It's not so, Joe Smith can come in with his paving company and park all his trucks there, and now it becomes a negative impact to the neighborhood. So I just want to be clear that this is what its use is for and what's the size is allowed.
Through you, Madam Chair, your first question was about the
Garage
size of
size.
2 car garages, about 35 square meters.
Okay.
So in terms of your second and third questions, this is for an urban farm use as a principal use and on a lot of an acre or more.
Okay.
So that we don't see the structures and the sales popping up on smaller vacant lots, because we need to deal with neighborhood impacts, and that's why in terms of the acre, and a lot of research went into that size, because that is a general term or a size requirement that we found through most of the literature review that we did do.
Thank you, and that's why I wanted to get that on the record. And two last questions, please. One was, through you, Chair, the community gardens, when you look at the bylaw as it's written right now, in the village of Glanbrook, the urban boundary actually extends to Fletcher Road, and yet you've cut this portion off at Kaufman. What was the reason to cut it off in the middle of the urban boundary rather than stretching it out to where the urban boundary will potentially go?
Through you, Madam Chair, that Kaufman Drive relates to the pedestrian predominant street only where these uses are accessory. So we've noted in the bylaw you will see various properties and you'll see certain streets with limits. Those are all for pedestrian predominant, where we would restrict these uses to rooftop or rear yards. It's not a general application. It's just in these areas we don't want them as a principal use and we don't want them in front yards.
No, and that's not how, in my opinion, that's not how it's written. It said shall be located in the rear yard or on the rooftop of the following areas, and you've included Kaufman down to an address in Glanbrook, but you have not included it the rest of the way. You've only picked out a portion, so I'd like to go back. We'll do this offline, but I'd like to go back and revisit that, because if we're going to allow half the village, we might as well let the rest of the village. And the other one was, through you, Chair, the Stony Creek official bylaw does not include any of the lands that are east of Fruitland Road and 50 Road. That's formerly known as Scooby. Is that because Scooby has not been enacted yet, and we will revisit that when and if it becomes official?
Through you, Madam Chairman, when Scooby gets incorporated into the zoning bylaw 05200, or it gets a residential, commercial, whatever zone from Stony Creek bylaw, the rules that apply within the principal zoning bylaw will automatically apply to that. Right now, it's in the rural areas, got rural zones, it's an AS,
Right.
agricultural specialty. So yes, it only applies in the urban area.
Okay, so I wanted to get that on record as well, because in this bylaw it does not mention that. It just
That's correct.
mentions one or two areas right within the core of the Stony Creek. Those are my questions right now. Thank you, Councillor Partridge, and you would like to be on the list? Thank you. You're next.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. And Joanne, good presentation. And I must say, I'm equally as excited. 4 years ago, I said, let's put urban farming and community gardens on the top of our list. And I'm very pleased that we're here today. But I do have a couple of questions. In the report, there was a letter from a resident, and they're concerned about, particularly with the urban farming, is that going to open up pesticide use? Will there be any restrictions on it, or does that come under a separate bylaw? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, the use of pesticides is governed by a different regulation. It's governed by the provincial regulation. What we have before you today deals with the land use only.
Okay, and through you, Chair, I understand that, but I'm just wondering, the question from the resident is, if someone has an acre of land and they're doing urban farming and they're selling the products up in front of their residence, is there going to be any restrictions on the pesticide use? Or is that up to the resident to find out themselves?
Through you, Madam Chair, the person applying has to abide by all provincial regulations dealing with that use.
Okay, thank you. And my last question through you is, we have a few churches located in Waterdown that have more than an acre of land. And I saw commercial in here. I didn't see institutional. I may have missed it. But would they be allowed to open this up, and I'm thinking for revenue generation, have a urban farming on their property?
Through you, Madam Chairman, with respect to a church that has an urban farm or a community garden, they can grow. What they can't do is it becomes an accessory use.
Right.
Because the church is already there and they're just using parts of their vacant land. So they can't sell their products on site. That's not to say that they can't take it to the Waterdown Farmers Market or some other farmer market and sell it, but they can't do it on site, and then they wouldn't be allowed to have structures. The idea for the urban farm was it was a principal use. It was the only use on that piece of land. It didn't include any other structure.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying that, because I know certainly one of them has a very, very successful community garden project, and it just expands every year. But you know, certainly there are other churches and institutions, and I'm thinking in particular schools as well, where there may be opportunity for the children to be able to experience some urban farming. And would there be any restrictions on that at all?
Madam Chairman, the community gardens are pretty flexible.
Right.
We just ask that they if they put up a shed to keep the mechanical things inside. But for the most part, if there was a church, they could even keep it in that principal building. That's a restriction. There's no parking requirements. They are a community garden, and I do know absolutely that a lot of housing projects, churches, and schools are starting on this path, and it's excellent to see.
Yeah, no, and I think it's just wonderful, and I'm hugely supportive. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and those are my questions from the committee. Can I have a motion, please, to receive Joanne's presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pasuda, all those in favour? Carried, thank you. Now we will hear from the public, because we don't have an applicant or representative. The members of the public wishing to address the committee, please come down to the podium. We will hear from whoever first. I have a list. Catherine Hughes and Celeste, you're first. And anyone else that would like to come down, please come down and wait your turn. There's some chairs there for you to sit down, or you can sit in your seat and wait for it to be called. I will call it out 3 times at the end, so don't worry, you will not be missed. You can sign in after, that's fine. And are you Catherine or Celeste?
I'm Catherine.
Thank you. Okay, just pull it right over. Crank her over. There you go. We want to hear every word.
We got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. I'm Catherine Hughes. I've been here before. I spoke to you about the aquaponics growing in industrial areas. I'm a homeowner and I'm a resident in Ward 3, and I'm here today to speak in favor of bylaw changes to allow the use of agriculture in certain residential neighborhoods. More specifically, myself and the program that I represent, which is the Downstairs Kitchen. It's an outreach program of St. Giles United Church. We're in favor of the intended use of community gardens and urban farms in urban residential areas. I've also been a strong and active participant of the city's neighborhood revitalization initiatives in the Sherman Hub. And as such, my involvement with the Downstairs Kitchen Dinner Organization, which is a nutrition and health initiative based on a community kitchen model, has led to our group of participants our ideas to pursue social enterprise and to give consideration of urban agriculture as a tool not only to build sustainable capacity in our neighborhood, but as a means to generate employment and community engagement among an underserved community of low-income, unemployed, mental health consumers, single female parent-led families, and seniors. Our interest and desire to pursue urban agriculture as an employment opportunity and revenue source for our community program has grown out of the research that we have conducted following the lead of the Spectator's Code Red series and the preliminary investigative work that was done by Paul Johnson's Neighborhood Development Office. I was also part of the stakeholder group that worked with the planning department to initiate the report around urban farming and community gardens. In our Downstairs Kitchen project, we have pursued activities which initially developed and continue to be part of the priority neighborhood revitalization plan. Our work has led to the development of a social enterprise catering initiative based on a model of community engagement suggested by the Neighborhood Development Office and the Neighborhood Action Plans. While our organization and myself personally support the initiative of the city to allow urban agriculture in residential neighborhoods, we would like to suggest that the implementation process is not entirely conducive to resident-led community engagement. As a resident group, it would have been helpful to receive more accessible input from the city on this issue so that we could make the most enlightened delegation to council. The staff report was made publicly available on Friday, and this short turnaround time to today's planning committee meeting didn't allow for resident-led review and planned input by the Sherman Hub. As the planning department report suggests, urban agriculture is one step in increasing Hamilton's food security and providing options for underused lands for food production. Urban agriculture, the report states, is one means of addressing food insecurity and balancing public involvement in community activities. Therefore, the downstairs kitchen would respectfully like to suggest that the opportunity to have sustainable and nutritious food is a significant issue for certain demographics of the Ward 3 neighborhood as well as other priority neighborhoods. And since the city is pursuing a course of citizen engagement as a plan to help revitalize priority neighborhoods, it might be helpful to all parties to develop a planning process at all levels to encourage participation from among residents in all of the marginalized areas that the city seeks to serve. For these reasons, the downstairs kitchen, which is an outreach project, as I stated earlier, we're very happy to support the use of residential lands for urban agriculture, and we're very enthusiastic to continue to pursue that course as a method of enhancing our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Well done. Councillor Farr has a question for you, if you don't mind. Please just wait for a minute. He's over here.
Certainly.
And keep talking
Catherine.
into the
Thank you.
microphone. You're doing great.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, congratulations on all of your success.
Thank you.
And the support and your involvement in the stakeholder group. Just on your last point, with respect to respectfully suggesting to us to develop a planning process or strategy at all levels, would it be sufficient for you at this time, should we proceed here today with what's before us, and I think we will, to at the very least start with a marketing campaign to get the word out to the community, making it very clear on what it is before us today and hopefully approved here today with respect to what they can now do in these areas reflecting community gardens and urban farms. A marketing piece to begin with, and then work with Paul Johnson's group, Neighborhood Development, and the neighborhoods, many of them, as you know, already very much involved with community gardens. Through you, Chair, is that a good start to address what you've suggested here?
That would be an excellent start. Our program is a resident-led initiative, and as a resident-led initiative with very little resource, we've struggled to find the ways and means to further a project in our community that we feel is vital, and we see the support. If you come tomorrow to our program, there'll be at least 45 people participating in our monthly community lunch program, and that's a good indication of our success and the support that the program has. Some of you may have already participated in some of our catered affairs, and you've seen what we do in terms of catering. So anything that the city could do to help our project move along in a way that produces sustainability and encourages economic development in our neighborhood would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, great. That's good to hear, and I'll move that accordingly. But first, talk to staff about the feasibility at the appropriate time. I don't need to do that now unless I can. And certainly knowing that in working with, in the past, some very qualified City of Hamilton staff who are fronting the Community Garden Initiative, I'm certain we have within our FTE complement an ability for future to attack what you've suggested from the greater, start with marketing, but from the greater perspective of helping with the planning and assisting where possible. It's a great suggestion. So
At the appropriate time.
At the appropriate time. I'll ask about the marketing piece and then maybe get a review from staff. Who do we have within the organization who would complement well the idea before us from the delegate?
Right, and we'll do it
Thank you very much.
I will receive that great delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have no other speakers. Catherine, please don't forget to sign in and tell Celeste you did a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to receive Catherine's presentation. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pasuda, all those in favour. Carried. Thank you, sir. Come on down. Before we begin, just introduce yourself. You can sign in after. And move the microphone over, please. It's okay, we're going to be doing a lot of that. Just pull it right up if you want. You can bend it.
I'm sure you do a lot of this every day.
Yes, no worries. There you go. And your name, sir?
My name is Greg Dawson.
Greg?
I both live and work in the city, as do my family. I speak today as both a garden leader of one of the oldest gardens in the city and as someone who believes in the concept of food security and availability of food for all. As someone who comes from a country where we used to have to bus out city children to the countryside to show them what a cow was, obviously in the days before Google. Having taken time to read the proposed amended urban agriculture policy, I just want to take a few minutes of your time to share some of my experiences as a garden leader. I want to start by talking about history and changing demographics within communal gardening. Communal gardens go back hundreds of years. In the UK, there are several gardens that have remained on the same site for at least 200 years, and one that has continuing use documented for over 600 years. Whilst the British may try to lay claim to most things, the truth is that people from all over the world have been engaged in producing their own food on a communal basis forever, well, almost ever. I'm told that in 1959, you're making me laugh, this is not...
I'm sorry. That was a perfect statement. I loved it. Thank you.
I'm told that in 1959, the average Canadian man on minimum wage could support a family of 3. That's not possible now, as expectations, along with the cost of living, are vastly different. I put it to you that part of the reason that 1959 man or woman could support their family is because they grew fresh produce. Evidence of this can be found if you just take a little time to drive around the older parts of the city in late August, early September. You'll see people, usually elderly, picking their produce, making sauce, canning, and engaging in various other food-preserving activities. From 1959 until now, the age of convenience has eroded our ability to grow our own food and feed ourselves. The ability for a man, woman, or family to produce their own food is a concept that we should be focusing on in 2014. The garden in Dundas that I'm currently the chair of has been in existence for over 40 years. Its primary site being behind Wentworth Lodge, it moved to its present position sometime in 1978. It was managed by the township of Dundas before becoming a part of the city through amalgamation. In 2010, when the city revised its garden policy, it was annexed and its future held in limbo. A small group of existing gardeners got together to make full use of the city's new policy allowing citizens to apply for gardens on city land. Along with help from city staff such as Adam Watson in Environmental Services and Councillor Powers, the DCGA was born and the garden survived. At that time, there were as few as 6 gardeners in some years. The initial startup committee spent hundreds of hours in meetings, put their own money in and signed their names to the license agreement, not knowing if anyone other than themselves would be interested. Today, the number of plots in our garden has increased from 32 to 49 without the need to expand the overall size of the garden. We have a waiting list that continues to grow. If you wanted a plot at the garden, it's likely that you would be waiting until at least 2018. If we had double the space, it would be full. We have gardeners from across the globe, from many cultural, social, religious and economic backgrounds. We have gardeners who donate to the food banks, who have taken on stewardship roles outside of the garden, working with Turtle Watch and the RBG to preserve and protect endangered species, who educate and share knowledge with newcomers, who are engaged in our community. We currently have, as I said, 49 plots. We have approximately 70 members feeding an estimated 120 plus people on that little garden. We have at least a dozen children not included in the membership numbers. We draw from Dundas, Hamilton, Westdale, Ancaster and Waterdown. We're currently looking to establish wheelchair access and build several raised bed gardens, thus ensuring that all groups in the local community are included. If you visited us, you would find a vibrant community, a garden that changes personality throughout the day, and a place that marries perfectly with Vision 2020. All of this has been achieved by simply opening the doors to people who want to garden, grow their own food, and by asking them to take some ownership of the garden itself. This is what we did with the space that you gave us in 2010. This is what all of the gardens across the city are doing, whether feeding families or stocking food banks. Communal gardening in Hamilton brings people together, educates, and acts as a binding agent in the community. The document that you've been looking at today, I believe this document brings us one step closer to achieving a very worthwhile goal and goes a long way to acknowledging the hard work put in by all of the stakeholders. The organisations such as Hamilton Communal Garden Network, Green Venture, Neighbour to Neighbour, Victory Gardens, Dundas in Transition, and along with our colleagues at City Hall, and all of the volunteers who've helped to build the 60 gardens already in existence. We have a whole generation that has little idea of what a vegetable is, let alone how to grow or cook it, and the proposed amended urban farming policy has great potential, especially if combined with a comprehensive educational plan. In closing, my involvement with communal gardening and the position that I currently hold came about almost by accident. If I'm able to speak to you with any kind of confidence, it is because I've seen the effect it has had on my own family, especially my daughter. Being the chair of the DCGA has been both a humbling and incredibly rewarding experience. Thank you for taking the time to hear me.
Thank you, Greg, and thank you for all your volunteer work that you're doing. And just to apologize once again, I am going to take a portion of that tape and send it to my relatives in Grimsby, England, to settle a long family feud. So thank you very much for that comment. Any questions for Greg? Seeing none, can I please have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pasuta, all those in favour. Thank you. And the next person coming down, please. Mr. Berry. Oh, sorry, Greg. Oh, just take it up there, thanks. Sorry, Greg, we have to sign in. Vanessa's bringing it up too. Good morning.
Good morning.
And we can say good morning this time.
Pardon me?
We can say good morning this time.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. However, I don't come here to completely congratulate everybody, but this report that I quickly read this morning has good things in it, but it has some things that are not so good. I speak as a farmer who presently farm, grew up on a farm, and I think I understand the nature of farming. Usually I attack things on the negative side to get to where I want to go. So I will not change my mode of operation. If this goes forward as it is, I will object it at the OMB, but I don't think we have to go there, because I really don't think this committee will approve this as written today. I hope not. But I challenge it, the definition of urban farm, and let me see my notes, please. Yes, if I may, just quickly, I challenge the definition of urban farm. Just for instance, they don't allow the growing of grains, and they don't allow growing of mushrooms. Now, I think I know why they don't want mushrooms, because most city people don't understand, or planners, that not every mushroom farm makes mushroom compost where that sweet aroma comes from. That can be all brought into the city, into these so-called urban farms. And there are companies out there that just make up compost, and when that compost arrives, there's no smell to it. And then the compost is an excellent thing for the garden afterwards. And there are many different types of mushroom growing. In China, I see they grow, like in a closet, straw mushrooms. And they're wonderful mushrooms. You can't buy them here because they don't hold up well, but you eat them fresh and they're wonderful. So those are just the two items in that thing, in that definition I would object to, and just to highlight it. And go on their page, community garden. I question that. I'm going to the foundation of this whole matter. The foundation is, call it urban farm, rural farm, it's still farming. And now you want to categorize it. I think we're reinventing the wheel here. Because we got so restrictive on what people could do, we kind of banned farming around your house and in the city. And now we're coming back forward and bringing it forward again. And I see in the notes here, the person who prepared all this, the lady who spoke earlier, she mentions there's only 3 permitted uses in the urban official plan, and I'm quite surprised about that because I never caught it, and I would have objected to it. But the last meeting I was here, I mentioned the Supreme Court of Canada says you can farm any piece of land, color of right, meaning it's a right. So these bylaws, I think if we're going to make an amendment on this urban official plan to allow urban farms, well, why don't we just do a little better amendment? Because allow farming. You call it urban farming, I call it farming, it's still farming. And then she mentioned former Stony Creek bylaw number 3692-92. I took that to the OMB. That was the comprehensive bylaw of Stony Creek. And I had some major changes changed or approved by the OMB. And that's still carrying on today along number 8 highway. And that was a local produce. Sales of retail stand and local produce. But that bylaw, I believe, and I haven't looked at it for years, under the general provisions allows farming in all districts. All lands can be farmed. The City of Hamilton bylaw right today says under the general provisions all lands can be used for agriculture. So, but the bylaw 05200, as I read here today, doesn't allow that general provision. And again, I think some other bylaws, Glanbrook allows farming, but I'm not up to date on these because this is not my job and I don't want it to be a job. So I think a lot of the bylaws that I referred to already allow farming in general. And one thing that really caught my eye was the report. I must find it. It was regarding consultation. I'm looking for the page. Unfortunately, these things are two-sided, and that really throws me off. I don't agree with the consultation process. I think it's lacking. Yes, on page 10 of 27. If I understand this correctly, they suggest here's our relevant consultation. None of those departments know anything about farming. And I say, and then you hire 2 students from University of Toronto, graduate students. I don't know if they know anything about farming, but I know they can read and they search a lot of documents through the city of the US and Canada. But I say, did anyone ever think of talking to some real farmers or the Department of Agriculture, OFA, or I got a wonderful guy named Albert Van Donkersgood. He could rewrite this thing if you want to pay him. He's not looking for work, he's retired. But the thing is, the bottom line is, I like the idea of allowing farming. It should be everywhere. I've been doing it. I still do it. I farm in the city. Some people don't like me to farm in the city, but I do. And yet, what I've been doing is now people are starting to recognize me and accept me and say, geez, good show. It's kind of like, you know, we're just reinventing the wheel. So, I hope this doesn't get passed today. I really think this needs some more study. And I'll be happy to talk to anyone, and I'm sure my consultant Albert will join me. So we can, if you're going to write something up, let's do it right the first time, or try to do it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Berry? Councillor Pasuda?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Victor, coming in this morning. So, Victor, you mentioned about grains not being included. The grains not being included?
Yes.
You're talking wheat, barley, oats, that type of, or what are you talking?
Yeah, if you look at the definition of urban farm, it says the growing and harvesting of edible plants. Well, you don't eat the straw if it's wheat, but there's a lot of things out there that you eat the grain and people are growing it. But anyway, vegetables, fruits, edible plants, and vegetables. But nothing allows grain growing. And some people do grow wheat and eat the wheat, the shoot, the green, before it's matured and dried. So, but then that would be an edible plant. So, but I just say, for instance, grains are not allowed there by the wording, and mushrooms are not allowed. And I take issue if they don't want the smell. Well, then we could adapt the wording and say that the compost must not be prepared on site, because when it's cooking, I call it cooking, it does give off a smell. If you bring in a load of horse manure and that and cook it in steam, because I worked in the mushroom farms, so you can accommodate mushroom growing without the smell, but just to restrict it altogether, I don't think is a good idea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Victor, you're saying they should be allowed to grow anything that we as farmers grow agriculture other than marijuana?
Yes. Just keep it basic. Farm is a farm. A lot of the things in there basically are allowing us are doing what farmers are doing out in the rural area. So, but you want to designate it urban, fine, but still the last word is farm. Whether it's rural or urban or rural, it's still a farm.
So anything can virtually be grown on earth, in the earth, allow that to be grown in the city?
I think so, yes.
Councillor Pasuda?
And the mushroom part, I understand what Victor's saying about mushrooms. The growing medium is different than what it used to be, and you can grow mushrooms in different ways. It can be done. The point is, there's some way you have to control manure not being brought in, horse manure and that people don't use that, because it can be offensive.
Yes. Well, I worked for a mushroom farm. They stopped making their own. It was cheaper for them to buy from, and they brought it in.
Thank you, Victor.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion, please, to receive Mr. Berry's presentation? Councillor Collins, Councillor Pearson, all those in favour. I'm going to ask this 3 times. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak on this issue? Not. This is the City Initiative Official Plan Zoning Bylaw Changes for Urban Agricultural Community Gardens and Urban Farms in the Urban Area, Wards 1 through 13 and 15. Anyone here wishing to speak on that? Oh, come on down, sir. Mr. Berry, did you sign in? Just to be, please do. Thank you. So if everyone can sign in after you speak, would be wonderful. Thanks. And Vanessa's not running all over the place. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bill Wilcox. I'm the chairman of Hamilton Victory Gardens. We operate 12 different sites across the city and are anticipating this year to produce about 45,000 pounds of vegetables, all of which will be donated to local food banks and hot meal programs. I have one concern with regard to the presentation, and that has to do with the locating of urban farms on industrial land or brownfield. We have our, shall we say, our showpiece garden is located on a brownfield on Mary Street, down below Barton Street. If the motion is is passed as presented, in effect, that garden has to be disassembled and returned to a brownfield. And I'm not pleased about that possibility. The other thing is, I've had the opportunity of going down to Havana, Cuba, to study urban agriculture down there. And we've seen upwards of 15 acres of land in a single parcel being used for urban farming. And most of these sites are on former brownfields. This is a phenomenal use of those resources. In Havana, the majority of your produce is sold much the same as is being proposed in this bylaw, and is for profit. Okay, there are limitations, of course, with the Cuban regulations, but there is a fair amount of employment provided through these urban farms down there. So there is that potential for us here in Hamilton. I just wanted to voice that concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Just wait a minute, please, because I have a question for you through Councillor Partridge.
Go ahead, please.
The property on Marion Barton, are you confident that it is zoned industrial or is it zoned commercial?
It is zoned industrial. The property is owned by Cancord Incorporated. That property was part of a larger building complex up until somewhere between 25 and 30 years ago, which was torn down, did get leveled out. There was a couple of inches of soil, and it had sat there in that condition for that number of years.
So you answered my next question. That was, do you own the property, but is it on loan from Canfor, or are they just letting you use it?
It is on loan from Cancord for an indefinite period.
Okay. And thank you for all your work. We get your emails on a continuous basis, and it just shows us how much work you're putting into this project. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just a minute, Bill. Bill, just a minute. I'm taking the chair back, and I believe Councillor Farr would like to
You put Jason Farr, and if you put myself on the list too, please.
I simply wanted to echo the words of our chair and thank you. I dare call you a pioneer, Bill. It's tremendous work you've done, and I applaud not only getting your hands dirty, but also managing to sustain an army of volunteers, including school children and the unbelievable output, that ever-increasing output on an annual basis. So thank you on behalf of all the residents you work with in Ward 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I too, Bill, thank you to you and your wife and your team, because I know that there is quite an army behind the two of you that is doing all of this work. I had the pleasure of having the two of you come in and present to the Hamilton Future Fund, which I sit on the Board of Governors, and it really is, it's quite phenomenal, the neighborhood and community engagement that's happened over this project, and I just wanted to applaud you for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you for remembering to sign in. Move to receive, Councillor Farr, Councillor Collins, all those in favour? Thank you. And now I'm going to call it out 3 times. Can you please put your hand up if anyone would like to speak on urban agriculture, community gardens, urban farming? Going once. Urban farming, community gardens, urban agricultural, going twice. Last call, urban farming, community gardens, urban agricultural, going 3 times. I now need a motion, please, to close the public meeting. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Partridge, all those in favour? Thank you, and we've done that. So we've already received the correspondence, and now we have the motion in front of you, 6.2. I know I've got Councillor Farr down as asking subsequent questions. Councillor Partridge, you'll be next. Thank you, and Councillor Pasuta. Okay, Councillor Farr, questions.
So I would like to move a 2-part motion that staff proceed on a marketing strategy respecting these this OP and zoning bylaw change for urban agriculture. That's A, and B, that staff be requested to identify how the City of Hamilton may assist formally with the planning process for future community gardens and urban farms, and report back to a planning committee. I have here 2nd quarter of 2015 on both through you to Joanne on the feasibility of this motion from a staff perspective.
Joanne?
Through you, Madam Chair, we would engage community services in this initiative because they're the ones who deal with the action plans. In speaking with Catherine Hughes in advance of the meeting, one of the things I suggested to her is that a couple of different ways we could engage the community. One is we could talk specifically about this to her to South Sherman. The other thing I suggested to her is that as a generic conversation about the planning process, like the Big P planning process, staff would be more than willing to come and talk to them about that, and that they could also engage other city staff in issues, perhaps enforcement, and to invite staff, and we could do that. So that would deal with part of the issue that Councillor Farr is talking about. In terms of the marketing campaign, that I would suggest is more community services integration with the neighbourhood action strategies.
Councillor Farr? I see Catherine up there nodding her head.
Oh, I have PW, planning, and now emergency community services. So I'm wondering if I might then, I can hold off and direct both motions or separate them, but direct them to the appropriate committee. If I could just get some assurance at this time that I see Adam Watson is here in the gallery representing environmental services, and he's our point person with community gardens and does a tremendous job, by the way. I'm glad I could get that on the record. Maybe I could have an offline conversation with Adam, who can help me proceed in whether it is whatever committee. I'll move these motions appropriately and in due time. Joanne, does that sound good to you? Or is there one part here of the two that we may move and proceed with today?
Is there anything here we can do immediately and send the rest to the appropriate committees?
Through you, Madam Chairman, for purposes of clarification, I wasn't looking at a committee, I was saying staff could engage. It was more from a staff perspective to help with this. I think maybe we talked with Councillor Farr to craft it more specifically in advance of council meeting, if that would work.
Councillor Farr, how about working on this for council meeting, and we can put it in conjunction with 6.2 at council meeting?
I will work with Joanne offline, and that's great because it meets my timeline and others, I'm sure. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions I have is Councillor Partridge, then Councillor Farr.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to Joanne, Bill Wilcox, when he did his presentation, he made a comment about, because the garden is located on industrial lands, that it would need to be dismantled. And I just like some clarification on that. Is that accurate?
Through you, Madam Chair, his property, we just looked, it's not industrial anymore. So it's not industrial.
You're good.
Number one. Number two, in cases where you had a community garden, no, you don't have to dismantle it. Some of you may use the term legal non-conforming. But when I was doing a lot of my research, these are not on industrial lands. There are a lot in institutional areas, a lot in open space along the hydro corridors and parks and things like that. So this might have been a long, long time ago. But what we can see, I don't believe it is zoned industrial.
All right, thank you. And so am I hearing that they're going to be grandfathered if there's existing community gardens and urban farming in place?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I heard the yes. Okay, Bill, thumbs up. We're good? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pasuta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So further to what Councillor Partridge has brought up, so we're going to allow them to continue grandfather growing where they're growing now, but we won't let somebody else come forward and grow because of this MOE issue. Through you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chairman, in terms of the industrial areas, we're identifying sensitive land uses. So there's actually two components to this piece. One was dealing with the definition of sensitive in the urban OP, which very clearly identifies cropping. And the second one is the whole notion of community gardens, and that is to be integrated into the neighborhood. And one of the ones that Bill Wilcox was talking about is not that far north of Barton Street. It's still surrounded by a residential community. And it works in there. So maybe at one time, a long time ago, there were industrial lands that came along Mary Street, but now they are no longer. But that's why we're not looking at putting them in the industrial areas. We feel that we've broadened it enough in the city to allow it in vast majority of the areas.
Councillor Pasuta.
Okay, on that, to Mr. Very's delegation he had before us, are we limiting, can we not grow grains, wheat, barley, oats on that piece of property? Are we limiting that or not?
Through you, Madam Chairman, grains is not specifically permitted. I mean, we can add the grains, but when we looked at what was going on, very few people take the grains and then pound it out to make bread or pizza or whatever. But we have no issue adding grains to that list if that's what the committee wishes to do.
What about mushrooms?
I think it should be included as part of agriculture, if we're talking agriculture. And Madam Chair, the mushroom part. I know we've changed how people grow mushrooms over the years, and we've had mushroom plants where virtually almost take the paint off your vehicle to go by because of the process and the manure that's being used in it. But nowadays, you go by places, and I can take you to mushroom plants right now. There's no smell at all. Is there any way of including mushrooms into this, but kind of regulating the growing medium that's being used? Through Madam Chair?
Through you, Madam Chair,
Microphone, please.
Right. Through you, Madam Chair, we regulate land uses. We can't regulate the activities. So if someone brought in manure, we can't deal with that. It's a land use. And that's why we said no to a mushroom operation. The other thing is that generally they are built in bunker type buildings as well. That's where most of them are. So that's why we didn't allow them in the urban area.
Councillor Pasuda. No to mushrooms because of the structure, and we can't control who brings manure in and who doesn't.
Okay, unless somebody else is going to add to that, I'll leave that.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson would like to add to that, I'm sure.
Sure, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Pasuda, for raising those points. Just going back on the mushroom, and I understand, I mean, I've brought in compost and stuff into my own vegetable garden in the backyard. But I guess the question, and you're saying mushrooms need a building, but we're allowing buildings for these uses. So you're saying then it can't be used, even though we're allowing a greenhouse and we're allowing buildings for whatever they're doing there, we're not going to allow this for the mushrooms?
Through you, Madam Chairman, the issue with mushroom operations is odor, and has been for quite some time. Perhaps it is become more sophisticated, but in the event that the odor starts becoming an issue, we won't have the ability to deal with that. Traditionally, we are allowing structures like greenhouses. Greenhouses, their potential impact is light, but odor is not one of those. And we feel we can mitigate it by using setbacks. If odor becomes a problem, we can't mitigate against that very well. This isn't an industrial area. And these lots are not that big, so major setbacks wouldn't be appropriate either, because through setback regulation, you could actually prohibit it.
Councillor?
Still a little bit of a question on it, but
You're okay?
my only question is with regards to the fact that, okay, we're saying it's odor and it's the operation of mushrooms, but we have people, I have residents in my ward, because as I said earlier, we have large properties that bring in cow manure and horse manure and whatever in the fall and put it on their garden beds, and we don't have any issues with that. So I guess that's the only question I guess I want to ask, because it goes on now in some areas. And I mean, I know if you buy the manure, through the 14ers or whatever, you can buy the bags, it's not as bad. But there are people that still, the old school, that will bring the trailer loads in and put it on their vegetable gardens. So I guess that's my only concern, is that's going on, but then we're not going to allow it here. So I think that's something we really have to sort of think about. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want a more fulsome explanation then of that? Think about it for a bit? Yeah, okay. I have no further speakers, so if I can, now we're moving on to a motion to approve the staff recommendations, but I understand Councillor Pasuda, you have an amendment to the motion?
Yes, I do, and I don't know if I worded it properly. Agriculture, I get involved in it, and I'm just thinking way ahead of myself here, but...
We can have staff help with that.
But that we allow grains to be included in the definition of urban farms. Mushroom one, I don't know what we're going to do with that, but and it's seconded by Councillor Pearson.
Okay, and if I can ask staff, is there anything else we should be adding to that amendment? Joanne, please.
Through you, Madam Chairman, that's sufficient to say that the definition be amended to add grains to the urban farm definition be amended to add grains.
All right, so the definition be amended to add grains. You good with that, Councillor Pasuta? Okay, so it's moved by Councillor Pasuta, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor to the amendment? And now on the main motion as amended. I need a mover, please. Councillor Collins, Councillor Farr. All in favor on the amended motion? Anyone opposed? Okay, that carries. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to 6.3, and I'll turn the chair back.
Okay, members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, we are now looking at application for the amendment to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 05200 for the lands located at 55 Queenston Road, formerly the City Motor Hotel site in Ward 4. So, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OMB unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. I just want to get a straw vote. Is there anyone here to speak on 55 Queenston Road other than the applicant and the staff? Is there anyone here to speak on this? So let's call it once. Anyone here for 55 Queenston Road, formerly the City Motor Hotel? Mr. Very's here, so we will ask the staff, please, to come down and do their presentation. And Councillor Marula, when everything's finished, we'll come to you. And for those I forgot, this is Shannon McKee. Shannon, welcome this morning.
Sorry about that.
Good morning, Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of committee and the public. The application before you today is for a zoning bylaw amendment to add 55 Queenston Road, formerly the City Motor Hotel site, to zoning bylaw 05200. The city initiated a zoning bylaw amendment application for the former City Motor Hotel site after expropriating the lands in 2012. The purpose of the application is to determine the appropriate zoning regulations to guide the development of the property in consultation with the public. The proposed regulations have been created to implement that applicable policies to the urban official plan designation, and this presentation will review the applicable policies and how they impacted the development of the proposed zoning regulations. The lands are located in Ward 4 at the Queenston Traffic Circle intersection. The lands are bound on three sides by roads: Queenston Road to the south, the Traffic Circle to the west, and Main Street East to the north. The lands to the east are occupied by an existing fitness facility. The property is currently zoned H Community Shopping and Commercial District in the Hamilton zoning bylaw 6593. This is an aerial view of the subject lands. Sorry. The Queenston's Traffic Circle here, Montgomery Park, and the Hydro Corridor. The property is designated mixed-use medium density in the Urban Hamilton official plan. The map shows that the majority of these lands along Main Street East and Queenston Road are also designated mixed-use medium density. This designation permits a wide range of commercial uses, including retail, office, and as well it permits multiple dwellings. The policies allow for the buildings to be occupied wholly by themselves or in a mixed-use building. There are some restrictions in this designation. The maximum building height is 6 stories. However, the policies allow for a maximum building height of 8 stories, provided that a sun shadow study is done and the design of the building is stepped back from the street. There are also some design policies that require the building to be up to the street rather than set back, and the parking to be behind or contained within the building. The city initiated a zoning bylaw amendment for the former City Motor Hotel site in October of 2013. An internal meeting established some of the issues to developing the property. Staff used this information to establish a work plan, which included the completion of a traffic study and a servicing study, as well as hiring an architect to create development scenarios for the property. The city retained Thoms and McNally Design to create 3 different scenarios. The first would be used for internal commenting, initiating the necessary studies, and to initiate public discussion. The second concept was created at the Design Charrette and presented at the Public Information Center held in June 2014. And the preferred concept incorporated all the comments received both internally and from the public. The concepts informed the development of prescriptive zoning regulations. In addition, staff made presentation summarizing the preferred concept on September 11th at the East Hamilton community meeting. Attendees asked about the height of the building and compatibility with the surrounding area, and type and tenure of the residential units that were being proposed. All 3 concepts were consistent in considering 6 key concepts. You will see these concepts reflected in the preceding development scenarios. The first concept represents the highest and best use of the property in keeping with the applicable policies. The first concept was created to generate discussions internally and publicly and to conduct the necessary studies. The second concept came out of public consultation held on June 26th. This concept shows what the community identified as important features that should be incorporated into any future development. Thoms and McNally Design manipulated the concept to show the impacts of every suggestion that was made during the public consultation sessions. The preferred concept reflects all of the comments we received and implements the applicable policies. You're looking at the northeast view from Queenston Road. The concept shows an 8-story building at the Main Street East intersection and a 6-story building fronting onto Queenston Road. The numbers on the diagram reflect the following 6 design concepts that were mentioned earlier. The first, number 1, providing a continuous street wall and active street. Commercial uses in the zoning bylaw amendment are required for the ground floor in a building, any building fronting onto Queenston Road. These uses would include retail, restaurant, office, personal services, medical clinics, retirement homes, and long-term care facilities, among others. Number 2 represents the stepping back of the buildings. The zoning bylaw requires that any building be stepped back after 3 stories. Number 3, creating a landmark building. Buildings are oriented towards the traffic circle by establishing minimum and maximum setbacks along the westerly lot line. Number 4, creating a minimum 2-story street wall. The bylaw requires that a minimum building height of 2 stories be established, and again, the minimum and maximum setbacks from a street line. Number 5, vehicular and pedestrian access. The proposed concept allows for breaks in the building to let pedestrians and cyclists travel through the site. Number 6, parking. The parking is proposed to be unrestricted to be at the rear and center of the block with access from Main Street East. The required parking has also been developed so that all parking be provided on site without adding to the on-street parking demand in the area. This is a site plan for Concept 3, showing the buildings brought up to the street line, the parking at the rear, and the amenity space between the two buildings. So in order to permit the maximum building height of 8 stories in accordance with the policies of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, a sun shadow study was required. This diagram depicts the shadowing effects on March 21st. And as you can see, the shadows of the proposed building reach the buildings across the street at approximately 4 p.m. The residential buildings are not impacted until well after 5 p.m. In addition to the sun shadow study, 8 stories is permitted if the building is stepped back. As mentioned earlier, the zoning bylaw requires that after 3 stories, any building would have to be stepped back to reduce the impacts of the street wall. This is an example of an 8-story building with a step back after 3 stories. You can see the base. Sorry. The base is at 3 stories, and afterwards the building is stepped back to reduce what you see from the sidewalk. The zoning bylaw amendments have merit and can be supported for the following reasons. The site is located on a major arterial road, a road that is well serviced by existing public transit and is a part of a future rapid transit B-line plan. The proposed zoning regulations allow for a development that would implement the policies of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, the citywide corridor planning and design guidelines, and the transit-oriented development guidelines. And as a landmark location, this site is ideal for locating and increasing density and creating an active street and a unique building. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Shannon. And I'd like to recognize Councillor Marula, who's with us today from Ward 4, and I'm going to yield the microphone to him for questions for you.
Actually, I have no questions. Just at the appropriate time, I'd like to speak and thank everyone involved, particularly staff who have followed through. Shannon has followed through with all the public consultation processes. And in this particular case, we went over and above the call of duty to ensure there be full consultation. As you can see, there aren't any residents here. That's normally a very great sign, particularly with a development of this magnitude. So that couldn't have happened without the assistance of Shannon, Michelle, Sergi, and other planning staff, as well as the consultants. So at the appropriate time, I know I can't move this, but I believe Councillor Collins will be. I do want to emphasize a couple of things, just for a point of clarity. You had mentioned, Madam Chair, that this particular development is owned by the City of Hamilton, but through an RFP process, it will be sold to the private sector for development. Those monies that were utilized through area rating will then be returned to Ward 4, and actually probably more than we expended as a direct result of the magnitude of this particular development. Having said that, those monies will be redirected to either the Delta High School redevelopment or other infrastructure projects. As you can see throughout Ward 4 East Hamilton, the entire area is a construction zone as a result of that type of focus. Having said that, we do need to focus in on a couple of things. Firstly, I must thank Council. It was a very unique proposal, one that has set a precedent and a policy accordingly. We had a blight in the east end of Hamilton, which was centrally located, and one that was really the hub for prostitution, gang-related activity, murders, and other drug activity as well. So in being faced with this blight and having the community outraged by the activity, I was subjected with the challenge of looking at a repurposing. taking the risk of a bold initiative of this magnitude and having council support meant not only a lot to myself, but to that of the community. And for that, I want to applaud council for having the vision and taking the bold initiatives that my community and I had initiated. And in saying that, we've eliminated that blight, and now we're looking at, as you can see, such approximately a $30 million redevelopment that also will take into account the complete street perspective of the traffic circle, which is horrendously unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists as we know it today. And as you can see with the future development, it's not in the report today, but the traffic circle will be eliminated and will be far more friendly to those pedestrians, cyclists, as well as vehicular traffic to ensure better and safer streets, particularly in that area. So lastly, I want to thank this committee here today as well. It's been a long road, it's been a couple of years, but as you can see through the report, the consultation is probably unprecedented, but one that I'm proud to have initiated and love to see it come to fruition today. And for that, I thank you, Madam Chair, and committee members, and by extension, council and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Collins' questions for the staff.
I have none. I'll move to receive, but I do have comments.
Thank you, and I'll put you down for comments. We have people from the public that are coming down to speak, so we'll wait for after that. Thank you. Councillor Farr to receive. Seconded. All those in favor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shannon. We'll just leave that picture up for me, please. Members of the public are welcome to come down, sign in. If you would like to speak, I only saw one hand up, so we'll see Mr. Very, please. For staff?
I'll second that one. On this. You can't. What do you want?
Good morning again. Actually, it's still morning. That's very good. No, push it.
Are you on now?
Now
Yeah.
you.
Thank you again. I have some very strong concerns about this property and the way the city acquired it. In my opinion, he misused the Expropriation Act. And from what I can read in the paper, the city may be liable to an action within the courts. And I believe if it goes to the courts, the city will lose under the Expropriation Act. I filed objections when this thing was noticed in the paper. My objection was not accepted by the city clerk. At the time, I didn't have a chance to, because I'm busy, to respond to it. I let it go. But I'm very much interested in this property because I was trying to buy it prior to the city coming up with the idea of expropriating it. I still don't know the true reason under the Expropriation Act and rules what they expropriated it for. Because now I hear today they're going to sell it. And the heirs and the descendants of the owner, and Ted is still alive, 92 or 93, and very brilliant mind, and I believe, and I'm in contact with them, they're serious. They're going to sue the city for misappropriation of the use of the act.
Okay, thank you. Is there something here?
Now, I have questions.
Okay.
The speaker today, the young lady, stated, and I haven't looked at the bylaw lately, but it does say it's Zone H. Zone H, I believe, if it's still the same zoning, allows 8 stories. When she said it only allows 6 stories, and you want to go to 8. So I like clarification on that one. If they can give me that answer, is it 6 or is it 8 under H zoning? And secondly, seeing these draft plans, the site plan, with all that building going on, that's sufficient parking? They haven't got them numbered, but I don't think that's sufficient parking to meet all the requirements of the residential units. And a 6-story, 8-story. I don't know how many parking units are in that picture, but I don't think that's enough. and they said they have complete on-site parking. So I take issue with it all. If this gets passed today, I know it'll go to the OMB, and I may be one of the objectors.
Thank you. So any questions for the speaker? One quick question.
And I really appreciate the fact that Mr.
Very?
Stony Creek resident is making comments on behalf of my community. But as you can see, the exhaustive consultation process was endorsed strongly, not only from the expropriation, but the development of this. And on behalf of the hundreds of people that participated in this, from a Ward 4 East Hamilton perspective, I have to reject your notion, but I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So can I have a motion, please, to receive the presentation? Councillor Collins, Councillor Farr, all those in favour? Thank you. Are there any other members of the public here to speak to 55 Queenston Road, formerly known as the City Motor Hotel? Going once. Anyone here to speak to this application, 55 Queenston Road, formerly known as the City Motor Hotel? Going twice. And last final call out, 55 Queenston Road, formerly known as City of Motor Hotel. Anyone here to wish to speak on? I'm seeing none, hearing none. I'd like to have a motion, please, to close the public meeting. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Collins, all those in favour? Thank you. So I would like to, let me get there. All right, we've already received Shannon's presentation. We've heard from the public. We've called it out. We've closed off the public meeting. So before you have a motion here for 6.3, 55 Queenston Road, formerly known as City Motor Hotel, I have a list of speakers. I have Councillor Collins and then Councillor Farr and Councillor Pearson. Councillor Collins.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And I'm certainly going to move this at the appropriate time. The motion before us here allows us to develop the site, as was articulated very clearly by Councillor Marula, into an 8-story residential building and a 6-story mixed-use building. So it really expands the opportunities associated with what we have in front of us. And just over the last couple of years, certainly thanks to the leadership of Councillor Marula, who's had a team of and an army of staff and residents helping him along the way, the City Motor project has become really the poster child for a terrific public-private partnership related to housing, intensification, and a redevelopment site that really will transform the neighborhood into something different, and something different than the residents certainly are accustomed to, which, as Councillor Marula pointed out, was a long history over the years of criminal activity and other nefarious things going on in the vicinity of that former development. So I'm certainly supportive of what's here today because it has, as I mentioned, everything to do with intensification. There are all kinds of attributes associated with the site in terms of its size, its location on a major transportation corridor, and certainly all of the good things that are happening around it within that commercial area there on Main Street. So at the appropriate time, I'm certainly going to move the recommendation that's in front of us, but I did want to commend Councillor Marula on his leadership. I know he thanked a lot of people, but he was the driving force behind this for a couple of years now, and I think we need to commend him for his hard effort, his work ethic, and his efforts as it relates to getting us to where we are today.
Thank you. And Councillor Farr, you're next.
Yes, thank you, and much appreciated to both the councillor and his residents working together and engaging with our city planning staff. It is certainly something that we should commend here at the planning committee level and maybe emulate down the line where we may find ourselves in similar circumstances. So certainly we're dealing with a former site that was of historic importance, but that was a long, long time ago in a ward that is currently going through, quote-unquote, a renaissance, to quote Councillor Marula. And in recent decades, the decline has been undoubtedly something of great concern, probably that extends well beyond the residents and business leaders in Ward 4. Given its important significance many decades before, where Hamilton Tiger Cat players would stay and high school proms and so forth would take place. But obviously those days were long gone, and as the ward councillor has indicated, not only in this committee but to GIC and others, there's been some great concerns, and I think quite clearly he has more than appropriately addressed them with what's before us today and along the way. With the exception of failing to find a means to relocate the old City Motor sign to the edge of the 403, I would say he's done a tremendous job. And I very much look forward to seconding today's motion and congratulate and respect the good work that's been done with Councillor Marula and the residents of Ward 4.
Thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll ditto the compliments to Councillor Marula and all the hard work he's done. Excellent job, and certainly this will be a great initiative going forward and improvement in the Ward 4 area and the whole City of Hamilton. My question only was the last presenter asked a question, and I don't think we allowed the opportunity for that to be answered. I know that it was just raised again by Councillor Farr, but with regards to the height of the buildings, if we could just turn to the planner to provide that.
Shannon,
Thank
can you confirm 8-story and 6-story?
Through you, Madam Chair. The 6-story maximum height is established in the mixed-use medium density designation, and the 8 stories is permitted with the sun shadow study and the step-back design. The H district does allow for 8 stories, however, that would not permit a standalone residential building. It would have to be designed in conjunction with commercial. So the H district permits the commercial retail, and then it would have to be designed in conjunction with the multiple dwelling.
Thank you. Appreciate that clarification. And the second question was with regards to parking. Shannon, could you just clarify, could there potentially be underground parking with these buildings, just as Treviso Tower and the one you showed in Stony Creek?
Madam Chair, the design shows ground floor, ground parking. However, it does indicate that there would be underground parking. The zoning bylaw is requiring 1 parking space per residential unit and 1 parking space per 30 square meters of commercial. So the parking would have to be provided on site for the uses.
Councillor Pearson. Thank you. So coming back to Councillor Collins, after 4 years plus hard work, would you like to make the motion, please? Seconded by Councillor Farr. All those in favour for 6.3, 55 Queenston Road, formerly known City Motor Hotel site? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We're on to 6.4. This is known as Nebo Trail on lands located at 6075 20 Road East in Glanbrook. This is my ward, so I'm going to ask Councillor Collins. This is my ward. Could you please take the chair? Thank you. I'll leave it here.
No, I won't. 6.4 is an application for approval of a draft plan of subdivision known as Nebo Trail on lands located at 6075 20 Road East, Glanbrook, Ward 11. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the draft plan of subdivision, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OMB unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee this morning on this item? Okay, I see we have someone in attendance. I will now ask, I will invite Robert Clackett to please come forward with the staff presentation. Robert, the floor is yours whenever you're ready to start. I know we're missing one member short of quorum, so if there is anyone in the back, I'd ask them to come in the next couple of minutes so we can move along. And Robert, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee and staff and members of the public. The application before Planning Committee today is for a draft plan approval of the subdivision known as Nebo Trail, located at 6075 20 Road East in Glanbrook. The The subject lands are located to the west of the southwest corner of 20 Road East and Nebo Trail. So, this is Nebo, and then this is 20 across there. The lands are surrounded by single detached dwellings to the north. That's 6074 20 Road, 6044 20 Road, and 6084 20 Road. A recreational trail, various residential, commercial, and industrial uses to the east, vacant industrial properties to the south, and vacant agricultural properties to the west. So the existing residential properties are to the north of the subject lands, vacant agricultural property to the west. The rail trail is along the eastern boundary, and there are various residential, commercial, and industrial properties along the east as well, just on the other side of the rail trail. This is a picture of the subject lands from 20 Road, and another picture from 20 Road as well. This is a picture of the subject lands from the rail trail. The draft plan here shows 5 blocks that are proposed for industrial purposes. 3, 4, and then 5. 2 blocks are to be used for a 6-meter wide road widening. Hard to make out, but it's behind the red bolded line there. 2 blocks are for 0.3-meter reserves along 20 Road, also behind the red bounded line there. And they're to restrict the access to blocks number 1 and 2 off of Street A. And 1 new public road, which is Street A. The subject lands are situated within the Red Hill Business Park South, and as such are designated as employment areas on Schedule E, Urban Structure, and Business Park on Schedule E1, Urban Land Use Designations within the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. The area is zoned Prestige Business Park M3 zone in the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200. In accordance with the city's public participation policies, 48 property owners were circulated the notice for public meeting with respect to this presentation. The sign was updated on the subject property on August 20th, 2014. 1 email of concern was filed with city staff. The email was from Ms. Sandra Leja at 6044 20 Road West. Ms. Leja's concerns were raised to the location were with respect to the location of access driveways or entrances off of 20 Road. She had requested that access to the individual blocks be from the proposed Street A. The city's corridor management group and public works suggested that driveway access to blocks 1 and 2 only be granted from Street A and not from 20 Road for various safety reasons and concerns. As such, a 0.3 meter 1 foot reserve on blocks 8, which are blocks 8 and 9 in the draft plan, have been added to the draft plan of subdivision to address this concern. Ms. Leja also had some questions about the implementation of landscaping requirements to address noise, dust, traffic pollution, and general aesthetics of the property. Specific landscaping issues will be addressed through the site plan control process as the development of the individual blocks occurs. Also, due to the proximity of potential industrial uses surrounding the residential uses, a noise study may also be triggered. This will depend on the specifics of the individual industrial uses that are proposed for each respective blocks. The noise study would determine the extent of the mitigation required on site, and as a result, there may be limitations to the layout, operations, and buildings design of the buildings on blocks 1 through 5. It's also important to note that while the applicant has agreed in principle with the special conditions of approval, they had some reservations with respect to condition 9, which dealt with the study of an off-site karst feature. This feature can be seen on this slide here, behind 6044 20 Road, behind the trees in the distance, often here. and then this slide from Nebo Road. The applicant felt that the original condition, which was proposed by the HCA, is impossible to fulfill as the feature is located off-site, and as such, they feel that they'd have to enter into a third-party agreement with a private landowner where the feature resides in order to gain access to the property and fulfill this condition. The original condition was that prior to preliminary grading, the owner prepares a karst study to assess the hydrogeological and hydrological function and influence of karst sinkhole HC4 and to determine the location of its outlet, or to receive from the Hamilton Conservation Authority an exemption from this requirement based on satisfactory completion of an overall stormwater management plan for the property. The city, applicant, and HCA have been working diligently to come to an agreed condition, and late last week that was done. All the parties agreed to wording a new condition. The revised condition has been distributed to you prior to the meeting and reads as follows: that prior to preliminary grading, the owner prepares a stormwater management plan for the property to the satisfaction of the Hamilton Conservation Authority and the City of Hamilton Senior Director of Growth Management. The stormwater management plan shall demonstrate how existing conditions, flow rates, are being maintained with development. Sorry. Oops. As I said, the Hamilton Conservation Authority as well as city staff are in agreement that the condition will address any stormwater management concerns that exist. When I'm through, I believe the planner or working with the applicant will speak to their concerns with respect to the condition. In conclusion, the proposal has merit and can be supported as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. The proposal conforms with and implements the employment areas and business park designations of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. It also complies with and implements the existing Prestige Business Park M3 zone of the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw 05200 and is consistent with the existing industrial development in the area. That concludes my presentation. I'll take any questions this time.
Okay, thanks, Robert. I have Councillor Johnson first on my list.
Thank you, and thank you, Robert. Could you please go back to the plan where it shows all 5 properties that are proposed to be severed, please? Right there. That's great. You mentioned in your presentation, although I don't see it in the staff report, that there was a letter that came in from the resident. And one concern was the egress, the location of such, and total reasonable request. The landscaping is another total wonderful request. But what was the third one I didn't hear? 3 requests, was there not? 3 concerns?
Through Chairman, it was with respect to the location of access driveways, which you noted.
Landscaping strip?
Landscaping. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. That's what I want to know. And I think that they're well worth examining. The other thing I wanted to ask you about was the hydrogeological study that's been done. Has it been done to date yet?
Chairman, no, it has not been done.
No, it has not. But the Hamilton Conservation Authority is on top of this, and the results go to them, and they're the ones that take a hold of the holding provision. They're the ones that actually give the final okay?
Through Chairman, they are one of the clearance agencies, so they will sign off on it for approval.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing that I wanted to ask you, we had a meeting for the people that lived on Trinity Church, and it was discussing the new industry that was coming in, and they were requesting that for future development, building materials, height of fencing, height of berms can be adjusted, because whenever you have industrial meeting up with residential, there's a compatibility use issue. So loading docks, these are some of the things that I'm hoping we can get into the site plan application so that these things are addressed through the residents' concerns. Is it been built into this?
Through Chairman, no, those are issues that will be addressed at site plan issue. This is just a plan of subdivision. The zoning is in place in 05200, and so those would be things that staff would look at site plan.
Okay, because I really believe this is a prime opportunity to go forward when we have industrial meeting up with residential, that we mitigate the negative impact on the residential side. So those are my questions for now. I will put me on the list, please, for after?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I just following up on the councillor's question. There are conditions in draft plan approval that are being proposed to dealing with noise and noise mitigation issues. So we will be requiring either as an interim and ultimate condition in terms of fencing, berming, and landscaping. With respect to the matters of materiality, lighting, and the location of the loading docks, those are the matters as per last planning committee's direction that we will be dealing with at the site plan stage. So it's depending at which stage that we're actually dealing with it. So we are aware of those issues. We know that there are existing residential properties in close proximity to this industrial subdivision. So staff have attempted to mitigate it through both the conditions of draft plan approval as well as at the site plan stage. We will further investigate and mitigate these measures as well through the requirements of various studies, conditions, and the orientation and the design of the buildings.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So in simple man's language, we're on it.
That is correct.
Thank you. And one last question to you, Robert, if I may. Why wasn't the resident letter included in your staff report, or at least an appendice afterwards in the yellow? Is it here somewhere? I'm missing it?
My apologies. No, it wasn't included.
Okay.
I do have it on file, and I can make it available for you.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you, because I would like to apologize to the resident that I didn't contact them personally. Thank you.
Well, I would suggest that we receive it as official correspondence as part of the file, because if there is some kind of a challenge. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it needs to happen. When it happens, I'm not stuck on that, but we can certainly do that as the clerk has recommended. Councillor Johnson, you can move that at council then at the appropriate time.
Thank you, and after I get the copy, that'd be great.
Okay, we now have quorum. Again, I have no further questions of staff. I need a motion to receive the reports. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Pasuda. All those in favor of receipt of the report? Thank you. I'm now going to ask the applicant agent. Sir, that was... Yes, sir. I can allow that if the committee so desires. Committee, okay. Okay. I'll now ask anyone from the public who's here to speak to this issue. Come on down, please. And if you could just sign into the book that the clerk will be handing to you, and if you could state your name and your address.
I think we're all getting a little tired. I'll do it afterwards. I'm Sandra Leah, the lone emailer.
Morning.
Good morning. There are a couple. Now, I am representing all three homeowners of the northern properties, so 6044, 6058, and 6074 20 Road East. There are a few issues that perhaps I just didn't catch in the staff report. Again, I only received the staff report last Friday, and as quickly as I could went through it. I'll just go through the list if that's the easiest way to do it. Okay, on page 5 of the 20, we're making it clear that it is an M3 zoning, prestige business park, with its allowable usages. However, in that same page, a mention is made of the UHOP policy directions that allow for heavy industrial uses, and this is in reference to other city locations. Now, it does say that that this draft plan does conform to the UHOP policies. After the mention of this heavy industrial, what worries us is, does this mean that a change of zoning will be granted if requested by the developer after this initial approval? That makes me a little bit suspicious why that heavy industrial is even mentioned in that staff plan.
Right.
Next occurs on page 6 of 20. The development of but sensitive land use areas residential. Though noise and pollution and groundwater studies are noted in the staff report, there seems to be no assurances in regards to a testing of our well water to ensure that any kind of construction does not affect our water source. Page 7, regarding the building setbacks, landscaping, etc., will be addressed at the formal site plan control time. Will there be an opportunity for neighbors to be involved in that review as well? Also on page 7, forestry and horticulture, notice that 3 tree assets on the road allowance would require tree management. I would love to know the definition of tree management. Does that mean save the trees, or does that mean manage, get rid of them? If they are the 3 large trees on the eastern 1/3 portion of the property, I don't see that they seem to be near the proposed road, so I'm confused as to why it's said as road allowance. There had been clear cutting done at the corner of Nebo Road and 20 Road earlier this year, and all of us residents have noticed a great influx of wildlife. We have bird flocks landing on our fences. We have squirrels battling out in our 3 trees. It's making a big mess. Page 12 of 20. The Public Works Department has noted that 20 Road currently cannot accommodate heavy vehicles and are therefore suggesting that an intersection of 20 Road and Nebo Road be constructed. I'm not quite sure what that means, as that particular intersection has been constructed and reconstructed several times over the last 2 years. It's getting awfully odd. Page 19. Road allowance for 20 Road East is listed at 30.48 meters. Is this widening occurring only on the development side, so as not to affect the homeowners at all? A general question I have as well is which city department will be the policing agency that adherence is to all of the noted policies? And if I could have that extension, because it's very difficult to usually track down who I should be talking to. I know you, but... And also one resident did ask, is there consideration of water and sewer being extended to the north side of 20 Road? I understand that the developer is responsible for their water and sewer on the south side. That's understood, but the one resident did want to know on the north side. End of questions.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll receive those questions, and I'm going to turn to Councillor Johnson to facilitate those requests on your behalf.
I'd just like to ask her.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Sandra, when you're ready, I just have a couple of questions to clarify what you were asking. Thanks, Sandra. You, Chair. Sandra, I just have a couple. I just want to clarify with you. Just come on back to the.
No, I want to go back to my seat. Okay, go ahead.
I can yell them up to you if you like. Just for clarity, to the right of the picture right in front of you, there's one on the screen in front of you as well, so you don't have to crank your neck.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. So to the right of that triangle is 20 Road, and you live to the right of that 20 Road, correct?
We are directly across from it.
Right across from it. And behind you...
There was a picture that showed where the residences fell.
And behind you is a construction school, and all day long you're hearing beeping, and you're getting lots of dust, and there's a lot of negative impacts coming on your side of the property.
Very much so.
So standing here today, you're hoping to mitigate those problems, not have them reoccur on the other side. So I really appreciate you coming today and writing your letter. One of the things you asked is on page 5 of 20. I just want to be sure. You're concerned about the heavy industrial uses in front of you because you're dealing with this that's going on behind you, correct?
Absolutely.
So that's one of the things that we need to clarify what exactly is going to be zoned for. On 6, you're asking that well water be tested prior to construction.
And not just for quality, but for level and regeneration level,
Okay,
that sort of thing. That we don't lose our well source, in other words, our aquifer, I guess.
And the pressure. Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'll ask that. And also on 7 of 20, you want to understand everything's being done and is being addressed through the site plan application. How is it that the residents can be a participant? And I can tell you that through my office, we will have at least one meeting, if not more, with the applicant and the staff. And I'll make sure when the applicant comes down whether or not they'll commit to that as well. All right, so it can be part of the site plan application, but we can have a couple of information meetings so we can get some feedback. The road allowance, the tree management, and the clear cutting you talked about, you wanted to understand a little bit more about that. And also the road allowance that's being set out here, you wanted to make sure it's just to the south and not to the north right now. And who's going to police all these policies that have been put into place. And you want some questions answered about the water and sewer services coming to possibly to the north side. Okay, do you think I've covered it all?
I think that's in a nutshell.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Sandra. We'll make sure.
Any further questions for Sandra before she leaves the podium? Hearing none.
Move to receive.
Thank you for your presentation this morning, this afternoon. Motion to receive the presentation moved by Johnson, seconded by Farr. All those in favor, carries. Thank you. Now I'll ask the applicant, I'll call for another time to the public. Anyone else here from the public for the item that's in front of us? Going once, twice, 3 times, hearing none. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'll just take a quick moment to load a PowerPoint. Okay, good afternoon, members of the committee, staff, and the public. My name is Matt Johnston, a registered professional planner with IBI Group, working with Movango Corporation to pursue this draft plan of subdivision application. I'll do the shorter version of this presentation just to get to a few key points. We now all have a good understanding of where the property is located, what specifically is proposed in the draft plan. What I have here is a concept plan, a rendering of how things may play out, and I think I'm going to circle back on that. I'm going to tackle one technical issue first, and that relates to the condition approval that was mentioned. We've worked diligently with the staff and Conservation Authority, and we appreciate all their hard work. And as Mr. Clackett advised, we've come to an agreement on revised wording for that condition, and we're supportive of that, so we would appreciate that minor tweak to the list of conditions of approval. In terms of some of the concerns that were raised, I'll highlight just a few of them that Mr. Clackett also touched on, but are further illustrated in the rendering here. So we do have the 1-foot reserve in place to control access locations. We do have conditions of approval for certain controls, while some will follow through to the site plan process with regards to setbacks, landscape berms, plantings, that sort of thing. So we can take comfort in knowing that those conditions of site plan approval will also come into play. I've got my list that is probably comparable to Councillor Johnson's in terms of what was just raised. So the driveway issue has been addressed. The road widening is a condition of approval on the south side of 20 Road. In terms of future potential uses, again, this site is pre-zoned. So what we're doing right now is only the draft plan of subdivision. So we'd be looking forward to implement those conditions and address them. And there's no thought to move forward with any zoning amendments at that time. And if that were to occur, it would be subject to a new separate process. And I think that generally does it. I know there was a question about water. There is municipal services available, so I'll leave it to Public Works to maybe help facilitate a resolution to that concern. And with that, I'd be glad to answer any further questions.
I think there was a reference to the trees as well that was tree management.
Yes, again, through conditions of approval, we've had the tree preservation plan. So in terms of what management means, we'd have to go out and fulfill those conditions and work with city staff to determine what trees are being preserved, and if they aren't, what are we going to do in terms of a compensation. So that process will play out. I can't commit to what's happening with each individual tree at this point.
Okay, thanks for that. I'm going to turn to Councillor Johnson now with some of her questions.
Thank you, Matt. And we often hear around here there's 3 languages, and that's English, French, and planning. So I'm going to, if you don't mind, get you to reiterate this, but reiterate it in the sense that I, as a common denominator, can understand. So the first question was the heavy industrial uses, and I've already introduced Sandra as where she lives. She's got this construction school going on behind her, so a lot of dust, a lot of heavy machinery. Can you speak to that as far as this location is concerned? Are you actively going after companies that involve heavy machinery that will be a negative in that respect?
No, what we're looking at is the current zone permission, so there is no application to make changes. And in terms of the marketing of the subdivision, this particular rendering is actually being utilized for that purpose, for that prestige industrial purpose. I'll scale back to a few renderings. The range of permitted uses is that prestige industrial zone. So I think what you may see is indicative with this rendering here, along with these streetscape perspectives. So, light industrial office uses is what would be targeted, and that's the general interest that Move and Go has been receiving from the business community at this point.
So in other words, Sandra will not be seeing heavy machinery and all the negative impacts from heavy trucks constantly coming in and out of this property. It's not going to, that's not your aim at the end of the day for this.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And now the other one was the water testing and the well testing. This may be outside your purview, but I'm just going to throw it out there. The concern is on the north side, they have wells, and I'm sure they have them along Nebo as well. So the question is, will there be a test done prior to construction and one done afterwards as pre-construction assessments are done?
Not typically, and I would have to defer to Public Works to determine about the existing water supply out there.
Okay, thank you. And as far as the site plan is concerned, we all know that the public doesn't get involved in the site plan per se, but do you have any objections with meeting with the residents and showing them your concepts and what's going to happen and address all the concerns? Because it sounds like we're all on the same page right now.
That's right. We'd be happy to work with yourself and area residents as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
They will be coming in on an individual basis, so you won't see one site plan for the entire development. They'll come in on a block-by-block basis.
Sure. Okay, and the other one was as far as tree management. I know you mentioned it earlier, but if you can just simplify it for us, there is a tree management plan in place, which means you take inventory of the trees that are on site. If any have to be removed, then you then either give the money to the city to replant it elsewhere or you replant it on site, correct?
That's right. So when that inventory is completed by our professional, it's peer or reviewed by staff. Once there's an agreement on what's worthy of preservation and what's coming out, that fee top-up is determined based on number of trees being removed, and you summarized it quite well.
Okay, great. And there was some mention of clear cutting on site. Was that done on your property? And can you just address that to let the resident know why that was done?
I can't speak specifically to the tree cutting. I know there was some works in terms of having the archaeological assessment done, and we had to plow the field for that purpose. So there may have been a bit of a grubbing occurring through that process, but it was really to address the archaeological assessment.
All righty, thank you. And I just want to ask you, and maybe this is more for the staff, and this was the intersection at Nebo and Rymel and 20 Road was something that we need to ask staff about, because that's something Sandra mentioned earlier, and both Councillor Jackson and I, who share that area with our wards, were perplexed as to why this is here. So I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that comment, or do you want to just defer that to staff as well?
I'll defer to staff.
Okay, super. So the road allowance, you're just the one that Sandra's concerned about is this 30 meters. Are we talking about the north side as well? Are you saying that it's just pertaining to your property?
So the 30 meters is for the entire road. Through the development of our lands, we're required to dedicate our side, our portion of that road.
Right.
It would be my understanding if and when any development occurred on the north side, they would be responsible for making their own required dedications, if any.
So the 30 meters that's discussed here is just pertaining to your property, correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. And I'll ask the last two questions to the staff. Thank you very much. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks.
Move to receive.
Thank you. I have any other speakers, questions for Matt? None. Matt, Thanks again for your presentation. Motion to receive the presentation. Moved by
Thank
Pearson,
you.
seconded by Johnson. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. I need a motion now to close the public meeting. Moved by Pearson, seconded by Johnson. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Now I need a motion to amend Appendix C, Condition 9, by deleting and replacing it with the revised condition. So let's get that on the table. Councillor Johnson, I'll come to you.
I'll move it. It's in front of you right now, and this is the wording that was created by the staff, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, and the applicant, and it's relating to the stormwater management plan.
Seconder for that, seconded by Pearson. Any questions on the amendment before it's put? Hearing none. All those in favor? Any opposed? Carries. Thank you. On the main motion now, I need a mover just to get it on the table. Moved by Johnson, seconded by Pasuda. Councillor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go back to staff now. We've got some questions before us, and I just want to clarify them. Through you, sir, to Shannon. Shannon, on page 5 of 20, there was heavy industrial uses and transitional uses on this land. Are we saying at this point in time that if we were to pass a zoning today, then that would allow the heavy uses, that would allow the heavy equipment?
Chair to the councillor, the application today is for a draft plan of subdivision. There is no zoning amendment requested. The existing zoning on the property is M3, which is a prestige industrial, which does not permit heavy industrial uses. So if any heavy industrial uses were to be proposed in the future, a zoning bylaw amendment would be required.
Okay, so it doesn't permit it right now, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you. And sorry, Robert, I was still looking at the last one. This one is now to Public Works. There was a question. We have some well water in the area. We have a construction going on. There's some concerns about the hydrogeological area, so that would tell me that the well water could be a concern as well. So are we going to test can we test the water levels, please, and not just quality, but the water levels themselves to see if this construction will not impede it at all?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's condition 15 in this report, addresses all those issues prior to, during, and afterwards to ensure that there's no negative impacts.
Okay, so the question to the resident, or the answer to the resident is yes, we will be testing levels of well water in the area to ensure that the construction does not impede that, correct? Okay, so we've already got a commitment from the applicant that we will have meetings with the neighborhood. The road allowance, Tony, just to be clear, the road allowance, the 30 meters is just subject to this property. It is not subject to the homeowners to the north, because if we went 30 meters that way, we'd be in Sandra's kitchen, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, you're 100% correct. We're only dealing with the ultimate road allowance and the dedication as required by this applicant,
Right.
not the lands to the north.
Okay, and this is the one that, through you, Chair, to Tony, this is the one that both Councillor Jackson and I were just perplexed. The Nebo Road between Rymel and 20 Road, can you please expand on that, please? It's page 12 of 20. I thought that intersection was constructed. It was just a matter of putting some traffic calming, like lights, that would be coming down the road.
Through the chair to the councillor, as you're well aware, there was major reconstruction through there over the last couple of years.
Right.
I will follow up as to why that common was in there, but when we get down to the detailed design, we'll review any applications or needs. As we pull the sewer infrastructure, there may be some improvements that are required at that time.
Thank you, and you just said, that was a nice segue into my next question, and that was the water and the sewers that will be coming down. The question was, for the residents on the north side, would they be able to access those sewers, or is this strictly for the south side?
Through the chair to the councillor, when the applicant extends the sewers to his property, and he will most likely only extend it to the entrance to the development,
right.
Anybody on the north side, through a best efforts or a municipal act, will be permitted to connect upon payment.
Up until where it turns left into their property, correct? Turns south?
You're 100% correct, but we could look at the potential of extending it through a municipal act at the same time, and when the application comes forward. We've done that in the past.
And the one last question that Sandra asked, I just want to be clear on this. Which department is going to ensure that all the policies are adhered to on this property? So I would assume it's the building, it's the bylaw, but I didn't want to make any assumptions.
Through the chair to the councillor, the engineering approval section will deal with the ultimate design, and implementation will go to John Morganti's group for the construction of the infrastructure. Once the infrastructure is in place, then the site basically will be following a site plan application. The buildings will be the responsibility of Ed Vanderwilt's group, and then the rest will be John Morganti upon final acceptance.
Okay, thank you. Sandra, just call my office. All right. So thank you. Those are my questions for now. Thank you. And I'd just like to comment, please. I really appreciate the applicant coming forward and willing to work with the residents going forward. I really want to thank Sandra for coming. I'm sorry I had no headway you were coming, so I really appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day to come down here as well. At the appropriate time, I'll move 6.4 with all the conditions amended otherwise.
Further questions or comments on the report before I put the motion forward? Hearing none, it's been moved by Councillor Johnson and seconded by now Councillor Pasuta. All those in favor? Carries. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance today. 6.5, I'm going to ask Councillor Partridge to take the chair. It's Councillor Johnson's ward.
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor Collins. So next we'll move on to 6.5, which is the application for amendments to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and Township of Glanbrook zoning bylaw number 464 for lands located at block 114 of Registered Plan 62M1181 in Glanbrook. And I'm going to read this off as you've all heard before. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So 3 times I'm going to ask, are there any members of the public wishing to address this committee on this item? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? And last, are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? I'm seeing none. Is that correct? Okay. So seeing no one, may I have a motion to close the public meeting, please? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pearson. May I have a motion to waive the staff presentation? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pasuta. And does the representative wish to speak at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support staff's recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much. Short and sweet. And now I'm going to go to Councillor Johnson for comments, please.
Thank you. And at the appropriate time, I'd like to move this. I just wanted to let everyone know that there was some concerns by the former applicant who came to us about a daycare just down the road. Those concerns have now been resolved, so I'm happy to move this 6.5.
All right. Good job, Councillor. And seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? That is carried. Any opposed? I need to ask. Thank you. And I'll turn the chair back over. We'll move on to 6.6. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Now we're on 6.6. This is the application for the amendment, the City of Stony Creek zoning bylaw 3692-92 for lands located at 267, 275, 283 and 293 Upper Centennial Parkway in Ward 9. For some of you that don't know, this was Terry's garage at one time. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council, the City of Hamilton, before Council approves the zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the OMB unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Is there anyone here to speak on, and I'm not going to rhyme off all of them, from 267 to 293 Upper Centennial? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to close the public meeting? Councillor Partridge, oh, we can't. Sorry, we're going to have to wait. So we're going to have to get more people in here. So we've got that finished. And I need, no, we can't even move to, we can't do anything. Sorry, we can't even move to.
Maria's
Can I have a motion, please? To close the public meeting. Moved by Councillor Partridge, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All those in favor? Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to waive the staff presentation? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Pasuta. All those in favor? Thank you. So now you have before you 6.6. Are there any questions, any comments before it is moved? Seeing none, moving Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr, 6.6. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we're on to 6.7. This is the application for amendment to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the amendment to the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 6593 for lands located at 257 Park Street South. This is in Ward 2. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Is there anyone here to speak at 257 Park Street, 257 Park Street South in Ward 2? Going once. 257 Park Street South going twice. 257 Park Street South going 3 times. Okay, thank you. May I have a motion, please, to close the public meeting? Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor. And what is the wish of this committee for Councillor Farr? Do we want to waive the staff presentation?
I think we can. We've had a great public meeting recently on site with the neighbors who are referenced as communicating to us, 4 of them anyway. At the back of the report, Appendix E, I met with Matt Van Heusen, who assures me that he's speaking on behalf of all of the residents at 46 Herkimer Street. This is a, I believe, 4-unit condominium historical home at the corner of Herkimer and Park. Primarily the issues are with the setbacks and the variance that we see before us, but I have, Madam Chair, a motion, an amendment that may expedite this particular item as it relates to addressing the concerns as we see in the correspondence and as we've recently addressed by meeting on site with staff that included Daniel Barnett, the planner on this file, but also, I had the opportunity, thanks to Jason Thorne, for a 20-minute walk down the street from City Hall on a bright, sunny Thursday morning and offering his expertise as well, with the resident Matt Van Heusen representing, again, all the rest of the residents who we've heard from in the correspondence. So if I read this now, it may help. I just would need a nod from the planner on the file. Then we have both parties on the same page.
Okay.
And then probably we could move on.
We have in
to
front
the
of us
next item.
6.7. Before we waive the staff presentation, Councillor Farr has an amendment. Want to read the amendment
Sure.
first, and then we'll go to staff for comment, and we'll vote
So
on it
at the
accordingly.
appropriate time, Madam Chair, I would move that prior to council, the bylaw attached as Appendix C to report PED 1496 be revised in order to reduce the building footprint and ensure a larger required rear and southerly side yard. So at the appropriate time, I could move that. Otherwise, you'll see in the correspondence in our work with the community, including the president
You
of
moved
the
it.
Durand Neighborhood
Who seconded
Association, everybody seems to be okay. on
Councillor
board.
Collins has seconded it, and we're going to Mr. Barnett for comment.
I just talked to the agent for the applicant, Steve Fraser. He seemed to be okay with that. So.
Okay.
So I would move that we waive the staff presentation.
There we go.
Seconded by Councillor Collins.
And all those in favor for waiving the staff presentation? Thank you.
I would
And
move.
applicant is here. Are you all right with the amendment and with the approval? Yes. Thank you. Steve Fraser is yes. So, Councillor Farr, back to you.
So the amendment that I just read, I would
Right.
move that, seconded by Councillor Collins.
Thank you. So, all those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. And now I have before you 6.7 as amended.
I would move that, and if I could briefly speak to it.
Sure, seconded?
Seconded.
Councillor Pasuta, go ahead.
Seconded by Councillor
Pasuta.
Pearson, or Pasuta. Regardless, thank you, committee, and just thank you to staff again. Our general manager had the time. I squeezed 20 minutes out of his schedule between, I think it was Tourism Day, it might have been Friday, to join us on site. Matt and his friends and neighbors there at 46 as well. I understand we had a bit of communication with some concerns from 44 Herkimer regarding the rear setback, so we've addressed that here. And obviously the applicant, who is, we think, appreciating the aesthetic value of the area. This is a wonderful but narrow, I guess, chunk of prime property in a historic neighborhood that we all have dealt with in the past, the Durand, and a 3-unit townhome that in all likelihood will meet to the satisfaction of the residents and certainly adhere to the existing surroundings. So we're looking forward, in short, to a terrific project, and I know in corresponding with the applicant that they are ready and willing and looking forward to, and if the Durand Neighborhood Association should like, or if the residents would like, to meet and talk about the this wonderful development in advance of the site plan stage. So thank you for the time from staff, residents, and obviously committee on this.
Thank you. So the motion is before you right now, 6.7 as amended. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're moving on to 6.8, application for condominium conversion for lands known as 46 Arkledon. Avenue. This is in Ward 2. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the condominium conversion, the public or person is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Board of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. Is there anyone here for 6.8? Is there anyone here for 46 Arkledon? Am I saying that? Arkledon.
Three times fast.
I'm sorry? You're the applicant, yes. We're just going to finish off with the public meeting first. Anyone here to speak on this? This is 3 times out. Thank you. May I have a motion, please, to close the public meeting? Councillor Pearson, Councillor Farr, all those in favor? Thank you. So before we go to staff presentation, I'm just going to ask the applicant, are you happy with the... You concur with staff's report. Thank you. Councillor Farr?
So I would waive the staff presentation. And
Waiving the staff presentation. All those in favor? With Councillor Pearson seconding it. Thank you very much. So, George, you're here for no reason. Sorry, buddy. Wherever George is. All right. So now, or Delia. It'd be Delia, actually. There's George. Sorry. May I have a motion, please, for 6.8?
I move it.
You'll move it. Councillor Farr, Councillor Pearson, all those in favor? Thank you. So 6.8 is finished. We're on to 6.9. This is in my ward. I'm going to step down again.
Comfy shoes.
I wear my comfy shoes.
So 6.9 is the application for official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for lands located at 1955 Upper James Street, and that's in Glanbrook, Ward 11. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised, if a person or public body does not make oral submission at a public meeting or make written submission to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there is reasonable grounds to do so. 3 times. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? I have one up there. Okay. Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? No one on that side? Last time, are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee at this time? Thank you. And I do see we have just a person up the top there. So I'm going to suggest we start with the staff presentation, unless you would like to waive it. We'll start with the staff presentation, and then we'll invite down the members of the public. Dahlia McPhail. And I see the applicant is here as well. Thank you. Dahlia, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Dahlia. Welcome.
Good afternoon,
That's
Madam
better.
Chair, members of the committee, staff, and members of the public. The owner of 1955 Upper James Street has applied for official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications in order to permit a place of worship on the subject lands. The subject lands are located east of Upper James Street, north of 20 Road. The lands were previously used as an ironworkers local union hall. This is an aerial view of the subject lands. You see there are two buildings, a westerly building and an easterly building, separated by a parking area. Lands to the north and east are existing residential uses. To the south is a automobile dealership, and on the west side of Upper James Street is vacant land with the exception of a public utility building, which is a pumping station. This image shows the concept plan as amended by staff to provide additional landscaping between Upper James Street and the proposed parking area in front of the westerly building. The applicant's proposal includes the use of the westerly building, that closest to Upper James Street, to be the location of church offices and Sunday school classrooms. The easterly building, toward the rear of the property, that area, is the proposed congregational meeting space. A one-story rear addition to that easterly building is also included in the proposal. Here's a view of the subject lands from Upper James Street. You can see the parking area in the foreground. In the background is the easterly building, which is where the proposed congregational meetings will be held. Here is a view looking westward from the easterly building, looking towards the rear of the building that's closest to Upper James Street. There are existing residential uses to the north of the subject lands. That's the utility building that's on the opposite side of Upper James Street. This is the car dealership that's to the south of the subject lands. It's located at the northeast corner of Upper James Street and 20 Road. This image shows that same property further east because in the background you can see the easterly building, which is where the proposed congregational meeting space is. This is an image of the residential use that is to the east of the subject lands. This rear yard is affected by the property. It abuts the rear of the subject lands on the side yard. Okay, so this property extends from 20 further beyond the subject lands. And these are residential uses on Aldercrest Avenue, further east. They do not directly abut the lands, but they are in the vicinity. Okay. As stated earlier, the subject application proposes to establish a place of worship on the subject lands. The original official plan amendment application proposed full municipal services. However, an amended application was received following the submission of a functional servicing report that the applicant did not wish to connect to the municipal sanitary services in the area, but wished to continue the partial servicing and the existing use of 4 holding tanks on the subject lands. Staff do not support the amended application for partial servicing because it's contrary to the intent of the provincial policy statement and the general intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan servicing policies. Instead, staff are recommending that an H holding provision be added to the implementing zoning bylaw to require the owner to connect to the municipal services, the sanitary, and to apply and receive final site plan approval for the subject lands. The proposal was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act requirements, and 1 letter of objection was received from a neighboring landowner to the north. Issues or concerns that were cited include the size of the lot, parking issues, traffic concerns on Upper James Street, and road safety, site lighting that spills onto adjacent properties, and the erection of proper fencing along the entire length of the property, as well as stormwater management issues. Staff is satisfied that through the draft zoning bylaw and the requirement of the owner to obtain site plan approval for the proposed place of worship, that all of those issues will be addressed. The proposal is further amended by staff to require full municipal services, has merit, and can be supported because it is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe. It also meets the intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan concerning community facilities, of which a place of worship is considered. This concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Delia. And I do have Councillor Johnson, please.
Good afternoon, Delia. Thank you very much. One of the things that kept coming up in this file was the traffic and where the sight lines, of course, and the parking. So when it was a union hall, the parking demands weren't as great. But when they were great, when they had their events, parking was now starting to spill over onto Upper James. And if anyone's been in that area knows, it's one of the most, it's not conducive to parking whatsoever. In fact, pedestrian is not a good idea unless you're 20 feet away. So what is the response to parking, the sight line, and the traffic? And I think that's all part and parcel.
Delia?
Through the chair to the member, staff has considered what the current congregational needs are for this place of worship. They have approximately 80 to 100 congregational members who attend their weekly meetings. The applicant has indicated that they are encouraging carpooling for their members and will provide 2 bus services with their own vehicles, 15 passenger vehicles.
So their own shuttle.
Their own shuttle, exactly.
So the applicant recognizes that this is very tight for parking. They cannot be parking on Upper James. And it's probably, well, and 20 Road as well. So I'm hoping that when the applicant comes down, we can ask that they make sure that the congregation is fully understanding that they cannot find a parking spot, then they're just going to have to hop the shuttle or something else because it's just not safe to park on the roads along there, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I've contacted municipal parking system staff who confirm that there is no parking within the right-of-way along this portion of Upper James Street. So
And 20.
And 20.
Thank you. And my question actually through you, Chair, to Mr. Sergi, the other issue was the swim pond. It was the storm management. Are we satisfied that we've completed all the requirements for this area?
Tony, comments? Please.
Through the chair to the council, as the impervious area is not changing, we'll deal with the fine tuning at the site plan stage as required.
So in other words, Mr. Sergi, right now we're not recognizing anything because it's got a current use already there, but we will keep an eye on it and improve as necessary.
Chair, correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll ask the fencing question to you, Delia, but also ask it to the applicant. One of the issues was the fencing that's more specifically to the north of this property. Is there anything in the site plan that addresses that?
Through the chair to the councillor, through the implementing bylaw, we will require that a board fence be continuously secured between both buildings. That's to separate the parking area from the adjacent landowner to the north. That would alleviate the concerns about individuals trespassing to obtain access to the buildings. As far as the bylaw requirement to have a fence along the entire length of the property, staff reviewed the urban design policies of the urban official plan and have concluded that a fence along the entire portion up to the street edge is not necessary in this case. Through additional landscaping, we will address the streetscape.
Councillor? Thank you, Delia, because that also addresses the sightline issues if we have a board fence going straight up to the property level. So at the appropriate time, Chair, I'd like to hear from the public, and if you could come back to me, please, because I have an amendment to this application. Thank you.
Yes, and first we're going to go on to Councillor Jackson for questions, please, of Delia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for committee members and the public, reason why I'm here. When I heard of this application, I'll get a quick preamble to you, Delia, to the question. I had mixed feelings because the Church of God, Reverend Williams, and many of his congregation have been wonderful constituents of mine along Stone Church Road near Dartnell, along a very, very busy street as well. And I had mixed feelings when I heard that they wanted to move to another location and start anew. So I'm very supportive of their application. Madam Chair, through you to Delia. Delia, on page 21 of 22 of the report, you say that alternatively, this is about the H holding provision. So staff are recommending positively a use of a church at this site, but with the H holding provision, correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, that is correct.
On page 21 of 22, Madam Chair, it says there halfway down alternatives, council may approve the application as amended by the applicant, but direct staff and the applicant to negotiate an implementing bylaw to ensure the public interest with respect to the provision of sewers is protected. In other words, cost sharing by the Church of God down the road if we were to remove the H holding provision in the interim, similarly to what I believe the council did about 10 years ago for the Kia dealership. Madam Chairman, through to Delia for a comment on that, please.
Delia, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, there was a time about 10 years ago that the committee and council approved the Kia dealership, notwithstanding they didn't have full services. That is an option before you, as indicated on my report. Concerning the holding provision, servicing was one of the requirements to remove the H. The second is for site plan approval. The reason why staff included that as a holding was because the place of worship could move to the existing location as it is now without the proposed building addition. It's the building addition at the rear that's triggering site plan, and because there are issues that were raised by the resident or the neighboring landowner resident, we feel that it's important to have them go through the site plan process to ensure the fencing, the landscaping is all appropriately provided.
Yeah, and thank you, Delia. I'm sure we'll hear from the applicant. I can't foresee how that would be an issue, but my point was about if we remove eventually the H holding in terms of allowing them to get in, if this committee and council approves it today and next week, allows them to get in without existing municipal services, but they understand that when the municipal services come, they would have to pay their share of the cost. Madam Chair, through you to Delia, if the applicant was prepared to do that, would that satisfy staff from that standpoint?
Delia.
Through the chair to the councillor, the provision of partial servicing is contrary to the provincial policy statement and the intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan. The official plan policies state that when you are proposing development in the urban area, you need to connect to municipal services, and that the official plan says that, but also the zoning bylaw and all of the former municipal zoning bylaws have a provision that says development requires connection.
Okay, so I'm a little confused now because in the alternatives on page 21, it says council may approve this subject to ensuring the public interest with respect to the provision of sewers is protected, cost sharing down the road, which I thought again when I asked earlier was similar to what we did for Kia 10 years ago, but now maybe I've misinterpreted. Delia's confused me a little bit. Madam Chair, through you to either Director Robichaud, please.
Yes, I think Steve would like to answer that.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Just to clarify, in the absence of an agreement to provide for the connection and/or any cost recoveries associated with the connection to those municipal services, then we would say that the continuation on partial services is contrary to the provincial policy statement. If we do have a binding agreement with the property owner that provides for the connection to those services when they are extended and available, and that the applicant agrees to pay their fair share of the costs, then that would be consistent with the intent of the PPS, which requires the connection to municipal services. Then it would be simply a matter of a timing when the city would be looking at extending the services along Upper James to service these properties and the adjacent properties as well.
Thank you, Director Robichaud, for clarifying that. And Delia, Madam Chair, through you on the same page, Delia, was mentioned about 80 to 100 members of this congregation may consistently attend. Didn't the union local, the ironworkers, didn't they have like about maybe 10 times that potentially conferences, whatever, that may have been attending this place through you, Madam Chair?
Delia?
Through Madam Chair to the councillor, I did some research on the local union, ironworkers union, and yes, this local attracts a number of skilled workers from the southern Ontario, and my report indicates about 1,500 members. Albeit they would meet on a monthly basis, perhaps, not as regularly as the proposed place of worship, but we have a membership that is significantly less with this proposed place of worship.
Thank you, Delia, and I'll reserve my comments after the public has spoken. Thank you, Delia. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor Jackson. And may I have a motion to receive the staff presentation? Councillor Johnson, Pasuta, all in favor? Carried. That is carried. And now I'll invite Mr. Manchia down. If you'd like to make some comments, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. Before I start my presentation on this matter, I'd just like to, just as an aside, just thank this...
Could you speak directly into the microphone? Thanks.
Before I start my presentation, I'd just like to make a quick comment and thank this committee and your planning staff and economic development for, in my 25 years of doing this, and there was various municipalities. Now, one municipality, we've never had an opportunity where we had, before elections, to try to deal with so many applications. I believe there's 25 in the next 2 days. I can't stress enough how important that is, because in the next 6 months, with all due respect, it's almost like a dormant period of approvals before your committee. With all this approval, we have a great deal of work with us, not only myself, our firm, various other firms, and that allows for approvals, that allows for stimulation of the economy, and allows for your staff to continue to do the good work they're doing. So thank you very much. And aside from
that was top of mind for us as well. Go ahead, please.
With regards to the application before us today, we're first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Robichaud, Anita, Mr. Sergi for this this file before us and bringing it forward. There are a few unknowns, as Ms. Delia McPhail has indicated, although I think they're not insurmountable and they can be dealt with today. The application before you is a combination of two parties. That is Mr. P.D. Daly, who is here today, Mr. Daly, who's with Mr. Reggie Nasu, who's also from P.J. Daly. Many of you know the Daly family. They've been here for 70 years plus in the community and are located in Mr. Councillor Jackson's ward. And what has initiated this is the expansion of their operation. And they are, as you may know, they are probably one of the largest drywalling companies in Canada, not solely Ontario. So we should be very proud of their business in our community and for them staying in our community. The Reverend Williams and his congregation are here before, and together they brought forward an application to acquire to sell their property to the Dalys on Stone Church. The Dalys initiated the purchase of the Union Hall, and now we are entertaining an urban renewal project by the congregation. And it's been a bit of work, and I think we've come to a resolution that the use is a permitted use, and the report signed by your staff endorses it. The only little snag is this holding provision, which I believe Mr. Sergi has addressed in the report, and Mr. Robichaud has clearly indicated how we can handle it. We are pleased and happy to sign and execute an agreement. I'm sorry? sign
On, please.
and execute an agreement with the city. The pipe is not there just yet. I don't know when it's on the horizon for Mrs. Sergi's scope of works in the next few years, but when the time comes, the good Reverend has also indicated to me that he's willing and happy to execute an agreement. There is not much more to add here, Madam Chairman, and I won't keep you. We can go through a quick slideshow of what I can't see the tops. Sorry. Madam Chairman, very quickly, I won't take much time. This is the subject lands, and as Councillor Johnson has indicated, we are on Upper James. There won't be no parking along Upper James. I must note that the letter that was from the abutting neighbor to the north, they have sold and moved, and the Reverend has met with the new neighbors, and they are in fact endorsing and happy with the application before us.
We'll wait to hear from them.
The current location of the Church of God is at 1338 Stone Church. And the abutting property to the west is the PJ Daily operation, which will now be under site plan review for expansion of the daily operation, as well as the site plan for the church. Supporting studies as indicated by staff are the following: the noise functional servicing and preliminary site servicing plan. Basically, these are the three properties that Mr. Robichaud and Delia alluded to that were, and Councillor Jackson, that were also similar predicaments with regards to the holding provision and services, but they were accommodated through the same agreement. Basically, that's my presentation, Madam Chairman. I'll make it
I do have a question for you from Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, and sorry for the confusion. We were running around trying to find a motion paper. One of the concerns that came out, and I've already asked all the questions from staff, was the one that stood out the most was the fencing. So can you talk a little bit about the fencing that you're proposing for this property for those that are on the north side? Please, thank you.
Mr. Manchip?
From my understanding, Madam Chairman, we have no reservations on whatever's required. If it needs a fence, 20 feet extension of 20 feet, 5 feet, 50 meters, we'll do what is necessary. So basically that answers your question, I would hope, that whatever is required.
Yep. Thank you, because I've got the storm plan. You've already talked about parking. Sight line we've talked about with the fencing. Traffic we already understand. So I think we've covered most of that. Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman, just to stress again, the number of persons that will be converting on this property on a Sunday is a whole lot less than what would be through the Union Hall. That we can rest assured on that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manchip. Now we'll hear from the public. Please come on down. Receive the presentation. Councillor Pearson and Councillor Farr, all in favor? That is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Just watch the bottom stair there. It's a little... Okay, welcome. And if you could just state your name, please, and then when you're done, you can sign in for me. Okay?
My name is...
Yep, just pull it right over to you, okay? Whatever's comfortable.
My name is Kathy.
Kathy, just one moment, please. Could you just push the button? I think it might have been turned off.
Okay, there it is.
That's much better. Thank you so much.
My name is Kathy Tedesco. I live beside the property, and I am still there. I have sold. I have no problem whatsoever with this being a church. I am more than happy to, if I was still to be living there, to have a church beside me. What greater thing would you have than to have the place of God beside you? Anyways, my problem is it's not anything to do with the church. It's the traffic and the parking. It is awful along that area. And when you say that the congregation of the church is only 80 to 100, the Union Hall, when they had their big meetings, was 70 to 100 people once a month. It was not 1,500 members. The members was only once a year, once every 3 years for elections. The membership of the committee, or the directors was once a month, and that was 70 to 100 people. And that consisted of parking along Upper James in front of my house, consisting of us not being able to get out of our driveway because we couldn't see the highway. There is no way there's 60 kilometers going along that highway. There's just no way. When the traffic goes by, and especially a transport truck, and they hit just the road medians, the little road grates, it feels like they've gone off-road, that they're climbing up onto our property. So there's just no way they're doing 60, and that's my only concern. I don't want to see somebody get hit. I've seen so many accidents along there, and I'm concerned about that's all I'm concerned about is the parking and the traffic. I'm just concerned about these people, and in the wintertime, there's no sidewalks. So anybody that takes public transit, they have to walk on the highway. If anybody watches during the winter and see somebody walk from the bus stop in front of my house, they're on the highway dashing between the different driveways. It's just not a safe place. That's my only concern. I would love to see a church there.
All right, Kathy, thank you so much. I do have a couple of questions for you. Councillor Jackson, please.
Madam Chair, Mrs. Tedesco, thank you very much for your sweet, kind remarks and supportive remarks of the church. I can tell you on Stone Church Road, it's not 4-lane like Upper James, and obviously not quite as much traffic, but it's 3 lanes with a middle turning lane. Yes, we have sidewalks, but we're right there, right beside the Dartnell Road, Red Hill, Link interchange. You would see the bottlenecks of traffic in front of the Hamilton Church of God currently. And they've never given me any parking woes on Stone Church. Never had to call bylaw, never had to worry for their members. So I just wanted to thank you for your concern on their behalf. And if this were to go forward, I'm sure they're taking that under advisement.
That's all I'm asking for.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Thanks,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Kathy. And Councillor Johnson, please.
Kathy, thank you so much for coming in and staying on top of the file as well. You've been working with our office all along and really appreciate your engagement. We're sorry to see you go if you do go,
Yeah.
so please try to stay in Ward 11. But anyway.
I am. I'm moving right into Mount Hope now. There you go.
Okay, we've got some more stuff for you to work on when you get there. Anyways, thank you very much, Kathy, and I believe that I'm really confident that the applicant has, and the staff have heard your concerns, and appreciate
I just hope so. I wouldn't want to see somebody having a terrible accident.
Bye. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for taking your time.
All right, thank you, Kathy. If you could just sign in, I appreciate that. And I'm going to ask one more time. Does anyone else wish to address the committee on this file? Does anyone else wish to address the committee on this file? Does anyone else last time wish to address the committee on this file? All right. So we'll close the public meeting then. Councillor Johnson and Councillor Pasuda. I'm sorry, Sergio, you've already spoken once. Thank you. So seeing none, we've closed the public presentation, public meeting. A motion to approve the staff recommendation. I'm going to go to Councillor Johnson now, please.
Yes, thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded. Sorry? Go ahead.
The applicant is trying to...
Yes, I've already spoken to that.
You have?
He's already spoken once, so we're going to continue to move on.
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson, please.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by, I'm going to read off the motion, please, and then somebody can jump in and second this because I didn't check with everybody. The person that wants to jump in and second it can't because he doesn't belong to this committee. Council approved the application as amended by the applicant, but directs staff and the applicant to negotiate an implementing bylaw to ensure in the public interest, respect to the provision of sewers is protected, i.e. cost sharing, timing, hookup, to be registered on the title in the form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And I just need a seconder, please.
Who would like to second that? Councillor Pearson, please.
Thank you.
Vanessa?
I haven't read it all down, so you can. Okay, so can we?
Yep.
All right. So I'd like to move that at now, please, if we can.
All right, so
Move
it's
on.
the motion is moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Question? Absolutely. Councillor Jackson?
Is this time for comment as well, Madam Chair? Is this still questions?
The motion's on the floor.
Can I speak to it,
so
please?
you absolutely can,
So,
sir. Go ahead.
I just want to say again, this is a win-win scenario. Again, I hate losing the Hamilton Church of God. Reverend Williams, you promised me we're going to stay in touch now, just because you're moving to the fine Councillor Johnson's ward. And for PJ Daly Contracting and Dan Daly, who's here with family, I believe this is the first time ever the Dalys have actually attended a meeting, Madam Chair, at City Hall. And this is in support, obviously, of their wonderful neighbor and helping them facilitate this move, and also to expand a long-time reputable family business in our community in the Red Hill Commercial Park right beside their existing business. So, Madam Chair, I'm hoping with the amendment and the condition, as I believe the applicant is satisfied with in meeting, that this committee will support this amended motion. I'll be more than happy to endorse it at council next week. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. And on the amendment, all in favor? Carried. That is carried. And now a motion on the main motion with as amended. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Collins, all in favor? Carried. Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. And I turn the chair. Yeah, just finished. Okay. Now we're moving on to item 610, which is the application for an amendment to the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and the City of Hamilton zoning bylaw number 05-200 for lands located at 406 Pritchard Road, Hamilton. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council approves the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the Ontario Municipal Board unless, in the opinion of the Board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. And 3 times, are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? Are there any members of the public wishing to address the committee on this item? I'm seeing none. A motion to close the public meeting, please. Councillor Collins and Councillor Farr, all in favor? And a motion to waive the staff presentation on 6.10. All right, Councillor Pearson. Yes, Councillor Jackson, go ahead.
So, Madam Chair, this is to waive the staff presentation. I don't know if the applicant would like to speak to.
I will get to him in a minute.
Oh, my apologies then. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. So, Councillor Pearson, Councillor Collins to waive the staff presentation. Thank you. And does the representative wish to speak at this time? Please come down, Mr. Manship.
A little thrown off, Madam Chairman. Sorry.
Go ahead whenever you're ready. And just make sure you're speaking into your microphone, please.
Just let you,
Is it working?
There you go.
Just for committee's sake, you've waived the presentation. I'm just wondering, it's recommending denial, so did you need information from your staff? Very good. Thank you. I'll move ahead.
I think the committee members will make that decision through the chair. So go ahead, please.
Thank you.
You have an opportunity to speak.
Well, I do. Madam Chairman, I'm here on behalf of the Effort Trust Group, who own the subject lands. It is also in the industrial park. Good fortune of Councillor Jackson being here today. If I may, I'm going to start the slideshow.
Yes, please, go ahead.
There we go. The location of the subject lands are at 460 Pritchard Road. And before I start, Madam Chairman, again, I'd like to thank Anita Fayback and Mr. Robichaud for pushing this forward to a public meeting. We're grateful. This has had a long history, and hopefully today we can put some closure to this and move forward. The subject lands is basically approximately 5 acres, and it's at the end of Anchor Road, which eventually will continue and extend down if the city initiates further development down to Gardner Road, or Rimo, excuse me. Better overall view. In and around this area, Madam Chairman, is the business park, and the Carmen's is up the hill, and also new hotel, and so it's a very vibrant, growing area with a lot of demand for various types of uses. Today, the application before you, they're recommending denial for the basis that a place of worship is not permitted in the industrial parks. Now, a little different than the application that was just here. That's a quasi-commercial type of use, but still, in my opinion, an employment-related use. Having said that, Madam Chairman, we'd like to take this opportunity to ask committee to reconsider the application for a variety of reasons, including, Madam Chairman, that the use of a church in an industrial area is in fact a permitted use to the prior to this official plan that's been approved. Now, if we take a step back, Madam Chairman, the application and the history maybe shed some light. The initial application dates back as far as January 2004, when, if I may to the clerk, hand out a letter, there was a interest by the Filipino community to establish a place of worship and a community center. Madam Chairman, can I hand this to...
Madam
Just have
Clerk?
a few copies.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, can you take those copies, please, and distribute them? Thank you.
Absolutely. And with the discussions that Effort Trust had with the Filipino community, they basically requested that they obtain approximately a 1.5 acre parcel. Due to the location of this subject lands and amenities, highways, other uses along Stone Church and Rimo, this was the ideal location for the Filipino community. Over time, we initiated applications, basically dating back to 2011, at which point in time, as you can see before us, and I won't go through those particular dates and submissions, we interacted with staff. And as a result of the discussions, and of course discussions always with the councillor, we initiated a submission of an OPA in rezoning back in 2013. I think what's happened is the application somewhat fell between the cracks over time. And through your report, there's some elements that state that certain things were not completed and so on. Unfortunately, and I'll take a little bit of the hit here, we assumed that things were moving along. As we got closer to the end of summer, end of spring, beginning of summer, we noticed that this thing was not flying as fast as we hoped to, and we requested that Mr. Robichaud and Ms. Fayback bring this to committee, understanding that we had no choice. Otherwise, flipping it to the Ontario Municipal Board, which is not our preference. The recommendation before you basically, in a nutshell, states that place of worship shall not be established in a place of industrial employment uses. I'm going to take a step back. In 2011, the planner that has stewardship of this file was before the Ontario Municipal Board on an application located on Upper James, similar in nature. And this application before the board was in fact as a result of our firm appealing it for a church by the name of Seventh-day church, and it was appealed back in end of 2010. The result of this OMB hearing was it became a permitted use on Upper James in the employment area. Again, I was not the planner, Mr. Arians was, Mr. Moodle was on the other end, and as a result of now this church is going under a site plan review and process. For the committee, if they wish, I have the hearing or the decision, if I can submit that to Ms. Finnan. Here we are.
Thank you, Councillor Pearson.
There's only one copy. I didn't think everyone would need a copy. Well, I think not to get into much of a debate on the particular use, we're confident that the church and the community center would be a fit within the employment uses for a variety of reasons. In particular, is the provincial policy statements and on the employment lands, and they're before you above my shoulder here. Madam Chairman, we ask that this application be reconsidered for this particular use. In fact, similar to the application before us, before this one, where if the church were happened to leave, it would revert back to an industrial use, and we're happy to entertain that. In other words, it would only be applicable to this particular. And I think that would basically show the commitment of the Filipino community and Effort Trust on the subject lands. Now, just quickly, Madam Chairman, to move along here, 3 parcels are going to be created out of the 5, of which one will be facing Pritchard on the far east. You have the one in the middle, which would be the Filipino Community Center and place of worship, and a proposed other development, industrial development. In sum, we're talking about 5 acres of developable land. Granted that the church would not be paying municipal taxes, they would still be paying development charges and fees associated, and of course creating jobs. And on the opposite side of the church, of course, they would be paying taxes and would also be initiating a building permit and DC requirements. I just wish to stress that the subject lands in the right-of-way, there's existing services that are already there. The pipes are there. There's no road that's there, but there's no pipes. Now, there are issues relating to the ESA that are noted in the report, and that, again, in discussions with Mr. Robichaud, we've basically concluded that they're not issues that we cannot deal with. At the back of your report, you'll notice where the supposed areas of concern are, and we can easily address. In fact, the area of concern deals with the most westerly block, which is this area here. So we would be happy to put some type of provision that that piece not be developed until such time as all these considerations of the ESA be dealt with. Today, our initiative here is to get the Filipino church moving along, and of course, having these urban service lands in the industrial park developed. Madam Chairman, I probably have a whole lot more, but I don't think there's really need to discuss much more unless the committee and yourself or staff have any questions, or of course the public.
And they do have some questions, so...
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yeah. So I'll go to Councillor Jackson now, please. Questions for Mr. Manchia.
Madam Chair, thank you. Thanks, Sergio, for the chronology of events that you passed around on the weekend, which I shared with my colleagues by email Sunday evening and brought here today. So I want to, Madam Chair, just say I stand behind the accuracy in terms of my involvement and my being referenced throughout here. Sergio, my question is that I think it's important for committee's edification, Madam Chair. My understanding is the Filipino community as well, things were kind of put in a state of abeyance as they were trying to do some additional fundraising as well. And again, hence why things may have just collectively fallen between the chairs. Madam Chair, through you to Sergio, please.
My understanding was there's a bit of a delay through you, Madam Chairman, and let's stress that if we go back in time before the new UHOP and some of the actually new zoning bylaw for the industrial, we wouldn't be here discussing this. There has been a little bit of a not only a delay, but a fall in the crack, if I can say, because Effort Trust did not lodge an objection to the industrial zoning and changes. They could have, and Mr. Robichaud probably can explain that a little better. There would be an opportunity to just take a step back and revert into that use, but time's gone, and that's what we're here for today. So the intent, yes, was always yesterday, and we got caught in somewhat of a process issue. And now the Filipino church, as you see before the letter, are very interested and do not want to leave the mountain area.
And Sergio, so your desire, if committee were to concur, Madam Chair, would be item 6.10 to replace the word deny with approval of not changing the designation in the business park on these lands, but approve while adding an additional permitted use of a church. Madam Chair, through you to Sergio, is that your desire?
Yes, Councillor Jackson, that is correct. And I just want to stress it would be on the east side of proposed Pritchard. Now, I have a line that's drawn on the site plan.
Correct.
Just to stress, that is my approach to trying to explain that there will be 3 parcels. It might be further over, so if I can recommend, or through you, Madam Chairman, that anything on the east side would permit this particular use, and on the west side, it would maintain as a typical industrial M3 with a holding provision subject to Mr. Robichaud and Ms. Fayback's comments today.
And to my understanding, Madam Chair, through you to Sergio, to my understanding, and staff will verify, I don't believe there were any objectors on file, to my understanding. Sergio, have you heard of any?
Mr. Manchia?
No, Madam Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Sergio.
All right, thank you. And can I just confirm, did I hear as well that you were okay with this reverting back to the industrial use once the church is no longer there, if it is no longer there?
I think that's a fair use. If there's a church that's established there, Madam Chairman, and then eventually that the church, or I can't sit here today and say that there's not going to be another denomination of that church there, but if it closes down and it's demolished, well, then it should revert back to industrial. And I think that's a comparable approach to this little dilemma.
All right, and thank you. And I am seeing heads nodding with staff. Mr. Robichaud, any comments?
To you, Madam Chairman, to the Madam Chairman. It would be a modification to the existing official plan designations and zoning to add the use. So at such time as which, should the church choose to relocate, then the property could be marketed as an employment use, and it may lend itself to an adaptive reuse as a union hall, a banquet center, convention center, or any other use that would be permitted as a right within the current M3 zone.
Yeah, I'm seeing nods all around the committee table, so I thank you, Mr. Manchia, very much for your presentation.
Just one more, as
yes.
I know I won't have another opportunity to talk.
Absolutely. I'm glad
I just
you
want
noticed that.
Thank you. But we'll have a discussion one day on that one. The question I do have, though, it's not so much a question, but a point to engineering. The services that are along Anchor Road, they are public, and I just wish they are public services.
So we will, I'll present that question to staff, and I'll ask Mr. Robichaud if you can comment on the question, or Mr. Sergi. Tony Sergi, please.
Through the chair, I believe they are public. They're within a public easement at this point in time. I'm not sure if the municipal act associated with those or the old local improvement charges have been collected.
All right, thank you for that.
Having said that, Madam Chairman, at this point, we will, on behalf of Effort Trust, any lands associated, for the record, any lands associated for that public right-of-way that are not in the hands of the municipality, we will be happy to present and deed those at the appropriate time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manchia. And a motion to receive this presentation. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Collins, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. And so may I have a motion now? I'm going to come to Councillor Johnson for a motion to approve the recommendation, or do you have an amendment?
Actually, it's an amendment because the recommendation is to deny, and the amendment I'd like to put forward is to approve and add the use for the church with the understanding that it remains in industrial land once the church is null and void or abandoned.
All right, and I'm hearing that on the amendment. That's moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Collins. And would you like to speak to that, Councillor Jackson?
Madam Chairman, thank you. I appreciate Councillor Johnson moving that change to 6.10. And so to Director Robichaud, Steve, does that in essence capture allowing then, if this committee concurs, allowing the church use to occur on this site and if it were not to be any more in the future, it could be reverted back for commercial use. I just want to make sure the language is solid so that we're not having to debate it or argue it at council. Madam Chair, through you to Steve, please.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Robichaud, please.
Sorry, I was just through you, Madam Chairman, to the Ward Councillor. That is correct. It would be to add additional a place of worship and associated uses within the existing employment area designation, and to add the same provisions to the zoning bylaw to add it as a permitted use. There were discussions with the proponent earlier today as it relates to the block of land on the left-hand side on the screen, which is on the westerly, because there's a portion there to be rezoned from P5, which is an open space zone, to an industrial zone. The applicant, or Mr. Manchi, has agreed to placing those lands in a holding zone until such time as they finalize the environmental impact statement to my satisfaction, and that would just allow them to continue on with that process. In addition, we would suggest that one of the conditions of the holding zone on the westerly piece would also be for the dedication of the land to the City of Hamilton for the road, as previously as discussed, and that would ensure then for the orderly development of the balance of the business park.
So, Steve, thank you. So, Councillor Johnson's motion for the Filipino Community Church and Community Center's sake, that would allow that to go forward subject to Council's ratification next week. Madam Chair, through you.
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
Steve. Thanks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor Jackson. So the amendment, all in favor? Carried. And on the main motion as amended, moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pasuta, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, where are we now? Have any presentations? On to discussion items. 8.1, Revised Hamilton Municipal Heritage Committee Report 14-009A, referred from the September 3rd, 2014 Planning Committee meeting. Councillor Jackson, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Farr. I'm sorry. Didn't want to miss you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Farr.
He no longer requires the services of Planning Committee. I think he's leaving now. That
He's leaving us, yes.
He's got what he's wanted.
Yes, yeah.
The committee will recall, Madam Chair, we had some discussion as it related to the properties 206, 208, and 210 King Street East regarding today's item, and that was coming from the ward councillor of the residents who own this property in my ward, and Councillor Ferguson had suggested as a committee member that he and I meet with the owners of the property 206, 208, and 210 King Street East, as they were one of the few, I believe we had two in the end, concerned property owners as it relates to this vast list of registries. So to speed things along, I have an amendment. I can read the amendment and then at the appropriate time speak to the amendment, but I did have that meeting. The good councillor from Ancaster couldn't attend, and we did not come to a resolution. And so with a stalemate, decided that we could table this particular address, take one out so we can get all the others in, and this amendment or motion would reflect future conversations. So I'm not giving up on it yet, and they understand that, and we're going to continue to talk. But to speed this issue along, to get it through, since it's an important one, and we want to do that before the end of this council term, I thought I would offer this to committee, understanding and appreciating what I just mentioned. So that 206, 208, and 210 King Street East be omitted from Schedule 1, 2, and 3 of Appendix A attached to HMHC Report 14-009, subsection A, and to add, and that the recommendations to include 206, 210 King Street East in the Register of Property of Cultural Heritage Value or Interest, and to add 206 King Street East to staff's designation work program be tabled and referred back to staff for further consultation with the property owner, that would include the ward councillor, prior to reporting back to Planning Committee and Council. So essentially we're just going to omit this one property from this massive list, and I would entertain any questions from committee.
All right, well, I don't have any speakers, so you have a seconder for your motion? All right, Councillor Collins, is this an amendment to the main motion, or it's or a replacement? It is an amendment? Yeah, okay, so all in favor of the amendment? That is carried. Anyone opposed? No one's opposed. And on the main motion as amended, go ahead.
I will move it.
Moved by Councillor Farr, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All in favor on the main motion as amended? Speak to it.
Very briefly.
Go ahead.
It was a tall order. We were expediting this year something that we've been asking for many, and a great deal of consultation with property owners, with the community. Great work from people like Ian Kerr-Wilson and Alyssa Golden, who are here, and heritage folks from across a broad spectrum in our community to get us to a point where we hadn't it in the work plan. We were putting it off, and we probably hadn't anticipated that we could turn this over so quickly. So I think it's appropriate to at least identify that this was an extensive project. Timelines were a challenge, but they were met. And to that, I salute all the staff and the community and the property owners for getting us to this significant point as it relates to identifying and appreciating the historic heritage nature of our downtown core. So thanks to everybody who pulled this off, and I look forward to working with them in the future.
All right, and well done, Councillor. All right, I'm going to come to Councillor Johnson now, and you have a correction on your amendment.
Yeah, thank you. And this is, Vanessa asked me a question. I took it over to Steve Robichaud, so I just wanted to amend the amendment. This is for item 6.9. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we did.
I thought we did. All in favor?
Carried.
And anyone opposed? I thought I asked that. No? Okay.
Yeah, I thought you did too.
I think it's carried.
No, I think she was paying attention.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councillor Johnson on 6.9.
And this is just tweaking of the wording. I don't know if we do it here, or can we do it at council, but it's just the tweaking. Should we be doing it here to make sure it's done? Thank you.
Yeah.
Council approved the application 6.9 as amended by the applicant, but direct staff and the applicant to negotiate an implementing bylaw and agreement to ensure the public interest with respect to the provision of sewers is protected, i.e. cost-sharing timing hookup, to be registered on title in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And I forgot who was my seconder at that time.
I believe it was Councillor Collins.
Oh, Councillor Collins. Pearson, thank you. Thank you. So that was just a tweak for and agreement needed.
Do we need to get the vote again with that change? All right, so all in favor?
Carried.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now moving on to motions. Do we have any motions? No motions. Do we have any notices of motion? I have no notices of motion. All right. Now getting on to the next item is general information and other business. And just a note I need to read out that we are soon entering a new term of council, and it is the committee's decision as to whether or not items should be taken off of the updated off the bills list for the new term of council. Just leave them as they are? All right, so we're going to, all in favor of just leaving them as they are? Councillor? Okay. All right.
Just one to be revised. Yeah, we'll do those. Yep.
So it's just revisions, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor John. Oh, so we're not even voting on that. Okay.
So we just want to put new term of council?
Okay, go ahead.
To be decided?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. I did want to ask one question on one item, but I would move that all of these items move forward to the first planning committee meeting as far as the dates, and they can make the decisions that meeting.
All right, thank you.
Okay, but if I could through you, Madam Chair, on item DD, it's Hamilton Municipal Heritage Commission report was supposed to come to us, 170 Longwood Road North. This staff person's left. Okay, it's okay. I was going to ask what was being done on that. Do we know what's being done? Recollection on that report, Mr.
Councillor, could you just lean forward a little bit? I'm having trouble
hearing. Do we know
hearing.
what's being done with regards to that report? I'm just questioning what staff are going to do, because that building was on the registry to be designated. It's a building, it's a home at the bottom end of Longwood and Franklin Avenue in Hamilton. And it has had major renovations done. It has had a whole second level being added to it. So I'm just wondering what the status is and what staff is intending on doing there.
Go ahead, Jason.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll speak to the status of that item. I might ask Steve to speak to the status of the building itself if you can, but both items DD and TT can be moved to the list of items to be removed because item DD related to correspondence that the mayor was directed to submit to the province, and that actually did happen, and a response was received on that item.
Okay.
Item TT relates to the Cormorant Road issue, and that was actually reported back on at the last meeting, so that item as well can be moved to the items to be removed list.
Okay, you're fine with that?
Thank you, appreciate that. So we'll move those two items on. The remaining ones, as I stated, we'll bring those forward at the first planning committee meeting as the net update.
All right, so that's moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Collins. All in favor?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. And so next, private confidential. Can I have a motion to approve the closed session minutes and that they remain confidential? Councillor Johnson, Councillor Pasuta, all in favor? Carried. That is carried. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I apologize, but I think we still have to do remove the outstanding business list items to be removed, 11-2.
Sorry, I thought I did that one.
No, we just did the ones that we're moving, the ones that we can remove, plus the two that Mr. Thorne just mentioned today.
Right. All right, so moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Collins. I thought that's what we did. All in favor? Carried. Carried. So that was the second time we did that. Okay. And now may I have a motion to adjourn, please? Councillor Pasuta and Councillor Johnson. Thank you, everybody. Well done. Excellent.
Wow, we could have done it all in one day.
I thought you were going to wrap up with a bang and just sort of lounging and relaxing. Do you know what?